This stream is made possible by viewers like you. Let's get this show on the road.
Party time! Excellent!
Oh, please tell me it's not going to switch, huh? It does it right before I stream.
Party time! Excellent!
Oh, you love to see it. Come on, GLaDOS, save me.
Oh, a non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe. You monster.
Hello and welcome to the stream. I am HeadshotH4rry. Please excuse my nonchalance. There we go. All right, welcome to the stream, folks. We did it. Yay. So today, all right, Jesus. Come on, I'm trying to run a show here. So today we're going to be listening to some podcasts. I'm not going to be doing much commentating. I'm getting over a slight cold, so this works out for everybody. I'm going to be playing some Minecraft for the time being. Who knows, maybe HeadshotH4rry will come on, but I think this stream I'll keep just Minecraft and these UFO podcasts. At the end of the video, I will post links to the videos that I'm listening to. Be sure to check all of them out. We're going to start off with Richard Dolan interviewing James Fox. James Fox is a director who makes the best videos on the subject. And if you're new to the subject, be sure to check out James Fox and his library of incredible documentaries. He will change your paradigm. He will change your perception of what is real. So, yeah, he just came out with a new movie called The Program, which I'm pretty sure you can find on Apple TV and Amazon, I think. So please go check them out. Well, without further ado, I'm just going to get into it and start listening to this and playing some Minecraft. So please enjoy.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Richard Dolan Show, where every week we fight the good fight. Really glad to be here with my guest today, which is filmmaker James Fox. Many of you know who James is, but if you do not, James, I think by everyone's opinion, is the world's leading documentary filmmaker on the subject of UFO or UAP. I would say really the best filmmaker that this field has ever had in such a subject. Every one of his films have been significant contributions to the genre. He started out years ago with Out of the Blue. I Know What I Saw. He did The Phenomenon a couple of years ago, which was excellent. Moment of Contact just back in 2022, I believe. And now most recently, The Program, which has just been released. We're going to talk all about that. What I learned, I just did a little bit of background on you, James, and it turns out that your interest in UFOs started around the same time that mine did, around the mid-1990s. I'm thinking one thing about James's films that you will notice if you watch them: detailed research, really good storytelling. I think that's one of the best things about him. He really knows how to tell a story. Excellent interviews with high-profile figures, including government officials, military personnel who've had firsthand experience with UFOs or UAPs. And you might have caught him on Joe Rogan Experience, where he talked about a lot of his work. That was great, too. So, James, welcome to the program. This program.
Right. Pun intended.
I guess so.
No, thanks for that intro. It's lovely, and people come and participate with my productions, and they look at me and they're like, "You're so dysfunctional. How do you possibly put a documentary together?" I said, "There's something to do with the chaos around me, but I do kind of wing it in a sense." And I think that works both for and against me. But I do have this funny methodology that I do, and I'm kind of documenting my questioning, my journey, my my effort to find out what the hell's going on.
Yeah, that comes through. That comes through in all of your work. It's like, how do you do something great? You follow your passion, you follow your questions. And as I see it, it's like anyone who wants to come along for the ride, they're welcome to do so. And I feel that's what you've always done. You're exploring your interests.
I'm just really, really curious, just as you are. I was joking right before we went on the show with you. You write encyclopedias. I mean, your books are amazing, but it's like the go-to place for historical record on a very accurate depiction of the last, history of the phenomenon. It's incredibly impressive. So.
Thanks for that. I want to talk about your stuff today, though. That's why you're here, but thank you. One thing, I was chatting with my wife, Tracy, just a little while ago, and she pointed something out that I'm sure you are aware of. But really, since 2017, this subject of UFOs, now UAP, has had so many new people coming in. So like in the past, I always felt like there was a kind of the old timers club where we would just talk our insider baseball with each other. That is not the case anymore. There's a lot of new people who have been coming into this subject. And I think your films are very important. I mean, they're great for experienced researchers. Don't get me wrong, they're wonderful for that. But they're really good for someone who's new, is wondering like, was there a crash? Really? There really was a UFO, things like that. Very basic. And you lay things out very nicely. And I will just start by saying, I think this particular film, the program, as most of your others, I mean, it covers government secrecy about UFOs or UAP. You have whistleblowers coming forward. I definitely want to talk about Jason Sands at some point. Doesn't have to be now. You mentioned Congress and their efforts to look into this subject, and definitely the role of private corporations in the handling of these types of materials. So with all of that, and there's others as well that come up in this film of yours, I just cannot recommend it enough. I think it's fantastic. But what I would say is, can I ask you, what do you hope that viewers, especially those who are new to the subject, might take away from watching this film, the program?
I would say that to learn, if you walk away with nothing else, that there is an unprecedented push for transparency by a bipartisan group of lawmakers that's happened since primarily the revelation of a secret Pentagon UFO program on the front page of the New York Times back in December of 2017. And that they're taking it seriously, that the implications are beyond anything just within the United States, kind of global, right? And that we should be paying attention, and we should also continue supporting our representatives during this push, because they're really holding the intelligence folks' feet to the fire. They're writing legislation for whistleblower protection. It's unbelievable. I mean, I had a friend of mine who's
that I'm the cream of the crop.
So, fair enough.
Sorry.
But he watched it. He goes, I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't coming out of the mouth of people that I know, like household names in Congress, in the Senate, in the House. Like, what?
You had a really nice sit down with Congressman Tim Burchett in this film.
Yes.
I mean, I think he's so important. He's always been very upfront in his public statements about the reality, or let's say the seeming reality of UFOs, and the obstruction that he's been getting from the federal government. What was it like talking with him? Can you recount some of the important things that he said, whether on camera or off camera to you?
Well, first of all, to talk about him as a person, on the second interview that we had set up a few months ago, I usually, when I get to the end of a rough cut, I I'll go back to the drawing board and maybe do some additional pickup shoots. Maybe an additional witness like Kirk McConnell could suddenly come forward. And I had arranged an interview about a memo that Chris Mellon had in Pennsylvania with him that I wanted to feature in the film. I figured while I was out there, I'd go to a stop in D.C. And do a couple quick pickup interviews. And I guess the schedule had changed, and I arrived, and I was notified by Burchett's assistant that he was going to be flying back to Tennessee and that we'd have to reschedule another time. And I was like, oh my gosh, I drove all this extra way. And so I reached out, and as soon as he found that out, he stayed the night.
Wow.
Okay. And met with me at like 10 o'clock at night in the halls of Congress to give me that interview. I mean, who does that?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's great.
He stays.
You can see he's really dedicated. Some of these politicians, you can sense that they're just jumping on because it seems like a cool thing, a way to get their face out there on the camera. Burchett seems like he cares.
No question.
Yeah.
No questions. And yeah, no matter what your politics are, that guy is. You cannot not like Burchett. He's a sweetheart. He really is, and he cares, and he's going after it. And I appreciate that very much about him.
Well, he's been very upfront about his annoyance at the lack of genuine transparency. I mean, we have the Pentagon talking about transparency. It's their favorite word to use when talking about the subject. But I feel that he has been calling them out repeatedly, and he did so in your film.
Again, I'd say one other cool thing that I got to do with Burchett. I never thought I'd say I'd be able to check this off my bucket list, but I got to ride his skateboard down the halls of Congress.
Wow, nice.
How cool was that? He's like, well, be careful, because you want to fly off on this. And I was like, I grew up riding skateboards. I'm good. And so
what's amazing is that he had one. I didn't know that.
He had a big, beautiful board that he built. He hand built, which I thought was really fun.
Yeah.
But on a more serious note, he believes that to read between the lines, that he certainly believes that we do have definitive evidence that we're not alone, that the governments have definitive evidence that we're not alone. And he talks about how we're going to go about it, get it. And I just recently attended an event. It was after I got to go to the congressional hearings just recently, the ones in November. And everyone's like, oh, it's a big nothing burger. It's like, well, hey, you've got people testifying under oath that we have a crash retrieval program. You've got an admiral, Tim Gallaudet,
That's right,
testifying, again, under oath, a rear admiral, that there are these objects underwater that also defy a conventional exploration, exhibiting a technology that seems to be just mind-blowing. So, we've had 3 congressional hearings in the last 3 years, public congressional hearings. So we've made massive strides. So just, be patient.
Totally agree. Anyone who says that was a nothing burger was not paying attention.
Yeah, and Senator Rounds, gave a presentation at an event after the hearings, and he said, look, I understand your frustration. You feel like things aren't happening fast enough. We're not running a 100-yard dash here. We're running a marathon. So sit tight. This is coming. Yeah,
for sure. You interviewed some really fascinating scientists. Hal Puthoff and Gary Nolan come to mind. And both of them were really on point. You did such a nice job with both of them. Hal, who's I think about 85. I mean, he's seen it all. He has essentially done it all. And he's saying things to you like, yeah, you got your public scientists who are not into the classified world. They're going to say, well, there's no evidence. Show me the evidence. Which he said, I understand that. He said, the problem is when you bring them in to the classified world, now they cannot talk about it, and they're stuck in the position I'm in. And
isn't that incredible? And he's like, and that's just how it works.
Yeah, that's how it works. And Gary Nolan, essentially the same thing. Did you ask him, like, are you frustrated?
Yeah, well, I asked a lot of people that because I always want to be like, I don't know if you caught the Reddit thing that we did yesterday.
No.
Okay, so I cannot overstate the importance of going and checking that out. It was done multiple platforms all combined their efforts and resources and did this one Reddit thing. And I provide details on my X account, which is at James C. Fox. But in any case, Kirk McConnell, Senate Armed Service Committee, staff member he was within government for 37 years, spent his whole life in the shadows, never really had any idea of going public. He's had meetings with senators and those individuals who have high-level government credentials, who have come forward behind the scenes and claimed firsthand witnesses, right? People that are directly involved with the program.
Yes, right.
And yesterday, I didn't think of this. For some reason, I didn't think of this before when we did the interview together, of asking him this. But yesterday, I suddenly thought, wait a minute, I really want to know what it was like to be in a room with a firsthand witness in a skiff and other senators during this intense, interaction. So I said, can you put us in that room? And he did it yesterday, and it was chilling. Like I have probably 5, 6, or 7 moments where I almost have to pinch myself during an interview, where I'm just so like slack-jawed by what I'm hearing. And yesterday was one of those moments. And I posted a small clip of it on my X account, but you're going to sit in the room and you're going to hear and you're going to believe, what's going on what's been going on in DC. Like,
after this interview, send me the link. I'll put it retroactively in the notes below this interview.
Okay, perfect, excellent. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah,
that sounds fascinating. I know Kirk as well, and a lot of people do not know who Kirk McConnell is. Of course, as you say, he's behind the scenes. He was on the staff of Senator Gillibrand, and was very instrumental in writing a lot of the legislation that we're hearing about. And a very knowledgeable man. I was so glad that you had him on the show, on the program.
He got to sit in during a lot of those meetings.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah,
I'm not aware. So firsthand,
yes.
I'm desperate. I want to hear that myself.
It's so incredible. Oh my gosh. I mean, as someone who's been at this for 30 years, the only other time that I've had those gotcha moments were probably when I was in Brazil, and I went to great measures to get this individual to finally come forward, and that we were absolutely convinced, and I won't bore your audience with why, but extensive years-long research into who this individual was, and getting him to come forward. And I sat down during the interview. He's military X in Moment of Contact, and he's disguised and his voice is disguised. But I'm looking in this individual's eyes and I'm thinking, I'm absolutely convinced this guy drove an alien around. And I just the weight of that and the significance of that, and that I can't, there's no words in the English language to describe just what it felt like to look into the eyes of someone that I was convinced that drove an alien around.
Well, you probably had something similar when you interviewed Jason Sands, and I would really like to ask you about him. For me personally, I'll bet for a lot of people,
yes,
the segment that included Jason's story was the most riveting of all of the riveting parts of the program, because all of it, start to finish, was really superb, James. But Jason Sands, to me, just struck me as especially powerful. His story filled in a certain number of gaps that some of us, myself, had in thinking about Area 51, S4. But then there was just some vivid new stuff. I mean, this man stood face to face with an alien. That's certainly what it appears like. Allegedly. Well, I'd like to know what's your take on him, and what was it like to talk with him? What was your sense? And could you recount a bit of his story for listeners if they haven't heard it?
Yeah. So I knew that I was going to get criticism, just including even if he did it anonymously, I was going to get criticism for including that alleged encounter in the film, right? It took place, again, allegedly in the winter of 1994 at Nellis Test Range in Nevada. And what we do know is that there was a UFO sighting and captured on sensors.
Yeah, it's a famous clip.
Yeah, which I had, and that was 3 days prior. Well, 3 days later, Mr. Sands and a number of other fellow officers that we have their name first and last, I have, were on duty going in to perform a particular exercise near a mountain called Quartz Mountain. And they, early in the morning, again, winter, don't have an exact month. I'm not entirely sure. I tried to look back at that, but I knew it. But in any case, they see what looks like an individual that maybe had a plane crash, in uniform, walking funny, looking like, needs medical assistance. And they had a whole convoy of trucks. There was the lead vehicle was Jason Sands and 3 others. And then there was 2 vehicles behind them. They're slowing down to help this individual out. And as they roll up on this individual, one of the people within the truck convoy, the front truck, screams, "He's got no effing ears," as they rolled up on him. Mr. Sands claims that he got out the passenger side and came up on this individual, tried to take his jacket off and provide some warmth. And when he made eye contact, he said it was almost like a snake bite feeling that he got. That, what am I looking at? Was it some sort of mutant or whatever? And then this individual had no ears, had really big eyes, and was speaking gibberish and wasn't really making much sense. And everyone was just sort of paralyzed in just complete frozen as to what's going on right here. And now, I accidentally, right here in the studio behind me, I accidentally revealed a photograph on X about Mr. Sands' identity. I periodically post production stills and put them with updates and that sort of thing. And I did when there was a clipboard and somebody had written Sands on it. And that created a lot of controversy. And Mr. Sands at that point wasn't prepared to come forward publicly. He hadn't gone through the adoption process. I got a lot of heat for that, and I have nobody to blame but myself.
Because it just was an unauthorized kind of doxing of him, or
he thought
he was faking, or
I guess he's a so-called whistleblower. Behind the scenes, he was getting together, providing details on specific programs and some of those things that he was involved with during his military career, part of the legacy program. And so that was a whole kind of shit show. And I was like, I don't know. I wasn't sure what to do. And I was meeting with government officials that were part of the internal investigation into not just Mr. Sands, but a lot of other potential whistleblowers. This was going on behind the scenes. And so I was meeting with them, and, I don't know. Do I leave him in? Do I take him out? How do I deal with this? And they were like, look, I know he probably has PTSD and there's some mental health issues, but he is who he says he is. He checks out. He's all of his, the programs that he's mentioned are highly classified programs that he knows the names of, and he served his country, and don't just throw him out. Like he's, and that's what everybody was telling me.
Are there attacks on his credibility? I'm not aware of this.
Yeah. So I got his military records. I got photographs of him in the military. I had to contact his ex-wife. She had to go up into the attic and dig through a bunch of boxes, which I got all those. I through some intel connections I have, we found the individual who debriefed Mr. Sands along with a couple of other apparently witnesses to the incident, and that individual would not even confirm or deny. It was like, kind of, we're aware of the incident and no comment at all, one way or the other.
Oh, yeah,
and that was it. So I really went on a limb because I can't. I'm claiming face-to-face meeting at Nellis with an alien, basically, right?
Yeah, he had an illustrator sketch of it, which was really quite powerful. The individual looked kind of like a human face, no ears, bluish tint to the skin, which he described.
Yeah.
And larger than normal eyes. but otherwise not like a gray alien, not like that, actually like a human.
Yeah, and I remember, there's been a couple of instances, I had people questioning, when I did Moment of Contact. I mean, I've got allegedly reporting on people witnessing live aliens walking through the town of Varginha, Brazil in, January 20th, 1996. I was certainly opening myself up to criticism with that. No question. And I kind of pushed the envelope a little bit each time around, but I do the best I can with these military folks. I do the best I can within my means, and I worked on it for 8 or 9 months, and I ultimately decided to include that in the film.
I'm very glad you did. You kind of needed to, because look, there are always folks in connected to this community who are going to shoot down every single new whistleblower or claim, particularly when it includes aliens. It's like we're okay talking about this vague UAP phenomenon. Sure, okay, we don't know what that is, but aliens, get the hell out of here. And that's a really bad idea, because if this is anomalous, we're talking about an anomalous intelligence. If it's an anomalous intelligence, they probably don't look like us. So let's just be a little brave, which you were. You included it, and I'm personally glad you did. And his story did not sound radically dissimilar to that of Charles Hall, who talked about the tall whites. The description, because I've read Charles Hall's books, and that's another out there type of series of claims. But I don't know. I read Charles Hall, and I think I believe this guy.
Gotcha, bitch.
I remember I had a meeting with Robert Bigelow back in, I think it was like 2009, 2010. And it was funny, actually, because I just finished, we did the National Press Club event in 2007 with Leslie Kane, and then I made a 2-hour special for the History Channel called I Know What I Saw, which you were going to be in. But then the audio interview that we did in the park,
I remember.
Whatever, sorry. And so, but you're in Out of the Blue versions 1 and 2. So
that was my first ever documentary interview.
Yeah. But I met with Bigelow, and actually, his secretary sent me an email message. I still have it, and she said, "Mr. Bigelow wants Mr. Fox. Mr. Bigelow would like to congratulate you on a job well done." And I said, "Oh," and he was referring to I Know What I Saw. I was like, "Oh, that's really nice. Would you ever like to get together?" Blah blah. So, long story short, we had lunch, and we were talking, and he was talking about the politics of disclosure, the implications for organized religion and financial institutions and all this stuff, and which really kind of, I don't know, I hadn't really thought of as much, and you wrote a book on it, but it was like, wow, okay, this guy's done some homework and put together the intellectual heavyweights within the scientific community with NIDS and other efforts, OSAP and ATIP. Well, ATIP at the time was still secret, as was probably OSAP. But in any case, he said to me, James, they're walking among us. And I said, and I'm not saying that I believe this or that I don't believe it. I don't know. But he said to me unequivocally, they're walking among us. And he didn't say, I don't want you ever to say that out publicly or anything like that. Because had he done that, I probably wouldn't reveal it. But he did say that to me. They are walking among us. They're here. And so I never really knew quite how to process that and whether I believed it or whether I didn't believe it. So I was inclined to report on some of these alleged encounters because, I'm with the hope that other people that maybe could have been there, we have a rough date, we have a location, we have other names and witnesses. So maybe some more information will come out about that case. Maybe it'll come out like, you know what? The guy made it up and it's all a big hoax. I wouldn't have included it had I believed it was a hoax, but I can't be definitive on anything.
Yeah, no, you got to be careful. I get it. Well, I'm glad you included him. I'm one of those people who also believes they walk among us. It's a personal belief. I can't say that I can prove it, but there's just been way too many individuals personally who have told me very compelling stories. And then also in the research, I just think from my satisfaction, I do believe it.
Well, and I believe Socorro. I mean, I looked into Socorro extensively, right? I spent 5 years on and off investigating that case. That was a close encounter of the third kind. In fact, that was one of the most well-documented close encounters of the third kind in U.S. history, right? Yep. And then I started sort of looking into the alleged Holloman landing, and I became kind of convinced that that happened and that we have film footage of it, which I know also sounds crazy. That was what, 64?
Yep.
Rua, Varginha. I mean,
No, it's just the amount of evidence for the reality of the phenomenon, if we can use that phrase. I think it's overwhelming, frankly. Relating to a big part of your film, The Program, which, by the way, you didn't really tell us where we can find it, but we'll do that at the end. But I'll have links for all of that in the notes below so people can find it. But a big part of this film wasn't just whistleblowers coming forward. I mean, that was a big part of it. It wasn't just the congressional efforts to investigate this, but you had a lot to say, or your witnesses had a lot to say about the role of private corporations in handling some of these UAP-related materials. At least I think, if I recall, I'm actually going off of memory here, but am I right in thinking that?
Well, we do it somewhat discreetly.
Yeah.
Like we show you a picture of those installations.
You listen to me about Lockheed.
No. Yes. You know what? I did.
Yeah.
To a sitting member of Congress, Andre Carson, who was the first
Right.
he spearheaded the first congressional hearings in over 50 years.
Yeah.
And I read him a quote because I figured much better coming from former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid than coming from me, public. And so got the interview. Hey, this assertion was made by former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, and I'm going to read it to you verbatim. And it's basically about that we have recovered materials, and rumor has it that they're within Lockheed. And so, yes, I did cover that, in the film.
Yeah, so I mean that type of thing really complicates the whole matter of government secrecy. This whole privatization of the secret. Like you, I've chatted with a number of that crowd for many, many years who've talked about the privatization of the UFO secret, the UAP secret. And so when we're talking about congressional efforts to obtain transparency, it always seems like they're running into this wall. They can go only so far with the federal government, but then you hit private contractors like Lockheed Martin and like many others. And you did point out in this film, as well as others, I'm sure, that a lot of the efforts to get information out of the federal government do not apply when we're working with the private contractors.
Yeah. So basically, how Pritchett explained it to me was that, look, you can have a government contract with somebody to paint the street, right?
Yeah.
I can't get the people painting the street in here, but I can get the people that contracted them to paint the street, right? So if they made these deals, with, let's just say, Lockheed Martin or Raytheon to look into analyze these materials, there's that one degree of separation that prevents us to subpoena a private corporation to come in and testify, right? So
Exactly.
I know they're writing legislation. I know some of the individuals that are involved with writing legislation on how they're going to go about doing it. Because there was at one point something written in there called eminent domain. Is it
Eminent domain?
Sorry, eminent domain.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's right.
And I guess that didn't go down too well. So they're going to try to.
No.
Yeah.
That was a big NO spells no.
Yeah.
Remember that? Yeah. The whole idea of eminent domain. People, I used to hear about it in, like, when they build a highway through your property. The state would say, well, we need your property. We're going to build this highway. Sorry, we have eminent domain. We're going to pay you. This is what your property's worth. Get the hell out of here. And that's eminent domain. So the government can literally, legally
take over.
They can take over, a hostile takeover of your private property.
Yeah.
And so in the original UAP Disclosure Act, that, of course, eminent domain was written into that act, directed at the private corporations who are believed to have, well, alien technology and alien anything. and that got ripped right out of there in that first edition. And then, of course, the second version of that didn't even get into the National Defense Authorization Act anyway.
Yeah, the NDAA for 2023 and then 2024, and then we'll see what kind of legislation happens, particularly with the new administration. I mean, I'm optimistic with Rubio and Ratcliffe. Those two individuals have certainly expressed a willingness for pushing for transparency. I remember Ratcliffe describing that he was National Intelligence Director, National Intelligence.
Yeah.
During the previous administration. I'm not sure what his role is going to be for this next year, but that's certainly encouraging. He said that he had a plan. They had a plan to roll some of this more compelling evidence out before, Trump, the last administration. So
yeah.
So
first time when Trump first got in there, I thought, this guy might just be crazy enough to do it. I envisioned a 2 a.m. tweet, from Trump.
For real.
Come on, people, we all know it's real. And that did not happen.
No, it did not happen.
For round two, maybe we'll see. You had a couple of other very interesting, a lot of interesting witnesses.
I love the Calvine case. The Calvine 1990s.
Oh, God.
Because it's like
photograph.
Right. Because when you look at the photograph, sometimes it's like, oh my God, too good to be true. Some people are like, it's a reflection in a lake. It's AI,
Oh my God.
But
I didn't even have that written down, but you are right. That was actually one of the other real high points of this film. So I'm glad you mentioned it. For those people who don't know, just do a search on the Calvine UFO. It's an amazing photograph. 1990, I believe it was.
Yeah,
taken.
1990 Calvine, Scotland, and it's spelled Calvine.
Yeah. And
it's a case that I brought to my attention in the late 90s, and I believe it was Nick Pope's book. He wrote about it called Open Skies, Closed Minds.
Closed Minds. That was his first book.
Yeah, but I'd also talked to him about it in person, and I really hammered him in 2007 on it because he attended the National Press Club event I did with Leslie Kean, and we were having dinner and drinks together, and I was like, what was one of the best cases you ever got to, and right away he goes straight to that. And I don't think he told me it was in Calvine at the time, but he definitely said Scotland, and he said 2 hikers.
Yeah.
And they got 5 or 6.
Didn't he say, this wasn't in your film, I don't think, but I think Nick at some point said there was a big poster of that image on the wall where he worked.
Yes.
At the UFO desk.
I interviewed Royal Air Force, retired Royal Air Force press officer Craig Lindsay. Thank you, David Clark, for making that happen. And he gave us the first and only on-camera interview where he described. He goes, "Yeah, I went up the MOD and I saw that poster on the wall." He goes, "It was there." And I said, "Well, what did the other prints?" Because there were. Sorry, if there were 5 or there were 6. It was either 5 or 6 shots taken of that disc or diamond-shaped object
with a UK jet in the background.
With a UK jet in the background, and so I asked him. I was like, "Gosh, what did?" Because I don't know how much you want me to go into this, but he kept one of the prints because the 2 witnesses, the photographer.
This was new. What you brought out. As far as I can tell. This is very important.
That information is I mean, there's been a print, but all put together in one nice package. It's never been reported on at this level. No question. Because we got Nick Pope. He talks about it. We've got David Clark.
Yeah.
And again, I can't give enough kudos to him for all of his hard work and dedication. He found the former Royal Air Force press officer Craig Lindsay because he had a redacted document that he got out of the MOD files. And it said, so and so RAF press officer, and he knew it was 1990, and it was blacked out. And he just went, "All right, who was the press officer in 1990?" Boom, found him. They started communicating, and then he kept one of the prints because I guess he got a phone call from the local paper that was going to run a story on it right after it happened because the witnesses had taken all these amazing photographs. We're going to go public.
Yeah.
And he gets a call from that Scotland Daily Record, I think it was. And they say, "Hey, Mr. Lindsay, what do you make of these this object that was taken? He said, I don't know what you're talking about. And they said, well, we'll send you a print, and you can we get your comment on it. Is it some kind of revolutionary prototype, whatever, with the military jet going around? So he looks at it, he's like, Jesus, because you get a lot of
perfect flying saucer.
Absolutely perfect photograph. Points of reference with a military jet going around. So he gets on assignment to investigate. He goes and meets with the witnesses that worked at the local hotel, and he's talking. And I guess it gets up the chain of command, and ends up the MOD gets involved, and they told him to stand down. They got involved, and then after the MOD got involved, the witnesses and the prints gone for over 30-something years. And Craig Lindsay, thank you, Craig Lindsay. Oh my gosh. He kept that print that the local paper had made for him. And that's why we have it today.
Yeah, that's right. Can you please tell what appears to be very tragic story of those witnesses?
It's
I've not heard this. It's incredible.
It's unbelievable. I was sitting right here. And I was doing the final push. I was with Lance Mungia. I was with another couple of other.
Oh, I love your team, by the way. Lance, Tracy and I both adore Lance.
Oh,
and I saw you had Tim Coleman.
I had Tim Coleman back there.
On there, and
I together. Yeah. And I had Donnie, who's been wonderfully supportive over the years. Really,
you had a good team.
Yeah, and we're all sitting in there, and I'd been communicating via, I don't know, it was like Signal or probably WhatsApp is international. I'd have been communicating with this individual, Richard Greaves, who allegedly worked in the restaurant as a chef with these two other chefs. Yeah. And he sat on the story. He decided to come forward. He came forward for a written only statement in conjunction with something that David Clark was doing. So I reached out to David Clark, and I was like, I got to talk to this guy. My film's coming to an end. I'm literally buttoning it up, and I can try and squeeze it in the last possible minute. And so he makes the introduction. This individual, Richard Greaves, says, yes, I'll do an interview, but then he kept putting it off. And I didn't want to be super annoying guy that's constantly, to the point where he's going to just write me off altogether. But I was just persistent enough where, I kept him on the hook. And then he called me. It was late, and we've been doing a marathon edit session. We're trying to get the film out. And he says, I've just come out the pub, and I'm ready. And so we take what we can get. Lance, I think, grabbed his cell phone and just rolled camera, got the audio from.
It was good. It came out well.
Yeah.
So tell his story, because it's a tragic story. So these two witnesses take this incredible photograph. One of them does
take 5 or 6 incredible photographs.
Yeah, amazing.
On film, right? There were 2 hikers. They might have been coaching as well, but they take film, film prints, right?
And they were co-workers of
35mm prints. So I'm so sorry, I can't remember if it was 5 or 6, but it was at least 5. And evidently the pictures that they took have the object here, and that the military jet that flies around it is in different positions, because Craig Lindsay saw the other prints and he said, yeah, it's the jet going around it. And so they shot click, 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 5 shots with the jet going in a different position. And then the object eventually takes off straight up. No sound whatsoever. But in any case, he started talking about what had happened, and that I have the names of the 2 other witnesses. One of them is released in the film, Ewan, and I have the name of the other witness now because of this guy. And they were out having a cigarette break. I don't know how many, couple of days after the incident, and a black car rolls up, and it was pissing rain apparently, and it was dark. And this black car rolls up. The driver stays in the car. 2 men in suits jump out the back in the pissing rain, and they said, "Cigarette break's over, boys. We need to talk to your friends." The 2 witnesses. So the other were ordered to go inside the building, and they stood inside the building, and they watched from a window as the 2 witnesses, their co-workers, sat outside with these 2 men in dark suits and a car idling with the window wipers still going. And out there for 10 or 15 minutes, and in the pissing rain. He said it's just pissing rain on them. Didn't care. And they came back inside. The car drove off. The two men got back in the car. Car drove off. They came back inside. They were white. What is a fucking ghost? Is exactly how he described it. They started drinking heavily, sleeping in their cars at work. Within a few weeks, they vanished without a trace. 34 years. We have no idea where they went.
This is 1990, and the UK government's using Gestapo tactics on UFO witnesses.
Well, no, these were Americans. He said they were Americans.
The photographer?
So because I asked him,
I didn't catch that.
Who was present when it happened? He said the guys that got out of the back of the car were Americans.
Oh, the Americans. Well,
sorry, because he said the Americans came in. We took a photograph of UFO. Now the Americans got involved, and he said, I don't know what they said to him, but that's what he said. Richard Greaves said that and I said, Richard, did you witness? Yes. He goes, I was standing right there when it happened. I watched them roll up. I watched them get out of the car. I heard them tell us, the cigarette break's over, boys. Go back inside. We need to talk to your friends. And then I go,
what's crazy about that?
All the whole thing. He says he would take a polygraph. He swears on his, So
you have, I'm glad you clarified. Americans are coming out, and they're using the Gestapo tactics on these two witnesses. So 1990, this is like the Cold War is ending, and even then, like there are people saying, well, maybe because the Cold War is ending, we can be more open about UFOs. This was something that was discussed among at least some people. And there was even talk that perhaps the Bush administration, Bush Sr., was going to do something along these lines. Of course, it didn't. And at the same time, they're going as hardcore as ever to intimidate and make certain witnesses apparently disappear.
I was highly reluctant to report on these so-called men in black or men in dark suits because, gosh, it's got so much baggage. It's like kind of the very word UFO, but it's got so much baggage. And I heard stories dating back to 1950 with Evelyn and Paul Trent when they took that picture in McMinnville, Oregon. All right, she's on camera talking about the guy that shows up from an unknown government agency, harassing her, rifling through her clothes, made a mess of her whole house. She talked about it. Rex Heflin, was it 65? Was that 65? Rex Heflin talks about the car that pulls up, and they took his pictures and they vanished, and they ended up in his envelope like 20, 30 years later.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. It just goes on and on and on. And I heard about these guys when I was making Out of the Blue, and I was doing an investigation on the 1997 Phoenix Lights. I was talking to Emma Frances Barwood, who was one of the council people that was investigating publicly or called for an investigation. And there was an incident there involving her with these so-called men in black. And again,
did you ever know the late Jeff Ritzman? Do you remember that? Do you know Jeff Ritzman at all?
No, but as I said, I decided I didn't want to report on it because I just thought it would be, you know what I mean? It was like, men in black showing up. Come on, man.
No, it happens. It's real. Jeff, it's just a real quick.
Brazil was the tipping point for me. When I was in Brazil and that woman said these men in suits came up, I was like, okay, we're done. This is happening. Yeah.
No, it's
I'm going to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Well, Jeff, he died way too young. He was very much involved in the UFO community and was one of the first moderators ever for AOL online. Like in the late 90s, they had some kind of UFO thing. He was a moderator. Anyway, he told a story once on Facebook, and I clipped it, and I've kept it ever since. But it was amazing. And he just talked about getting a material sent to him from an alleged abduction type of a person. And it was in his office. He's working in this out-of-the-way area in Maryland, late at night, alone. And these two guys come in, scared the hell out of him. And they let him know very clearly, not a good idea to hang on to this. And he somehow got rid of it. I'll have to review that story, but it was absolutely believable. It's just yet another. And he was wondering if he was being pranked, but he's thinking, I'm not being pranked. And how the hell did they know that I had this and all of that? So this is an old story.
I was contacted, and I can talk freely about this now because he is deceased. But the physicist at Stanford, who was Peter Sturck, Dr. Peter Sturck, So Dr. Peter Sturck contacted me, I'm going to say roughly 12 years ago. I've got the email. And he said, hey, Mr. Fox, and he had participated in a couple of films, at least out of the blue. Maybe I Know What I Saw. I can't remember for sure. And he talked about the Haunting Committee, and we had a nice friendship. We stayed in touch, Christmas cards. And he contacted me 10, 12, 13 years ago. We wanted to get together for lunch. So I said, yeah, great. Do you mind if I bring my friend? He'd love to meet you. And it's like, no, just you. I was like, okay, that's a little odd. Sure. We met at a restaurant in Sausalito on the north side of the Golden Gate Bridge. And we got together, and he said, you know, James, I'm getting on in years, and I have some materials that are going to need some analyzing, and I'm trying to disperse them everywhere I can. And I was like, oh, gosh, okay, wow, this is left field.
Yeah.
And so he said, I need you to make me a promise. And I said, okay, what's that? And again, I'm going to reveal this now because I'm no longer in possession of these said materials. So I'm going to violate what he asked me not to do. And that is, he said, don't ever talk about it publicly. Don't talk about it on the phone. Don't text about it. And I just thought, geez, this guy is so paranoid. And then he said, they have a very strange way of disappearing, you know. And then he gave me an example, a recent example at the time, where he was contacted by his bank manager, and the bank manager said, this is totally inexplicable, Dr. Sturck, but your bank vault door is open this morning and the contents are gone. And it was odd because he had so-called UFO material in that bank vault. He also had stuff that was being analyzed in a lab that also vanished. So he goes, this stuff has the way he phrased it, he goes, it's a very strange way of disappearing. I kept the stuff, it spooked everybody. I kept the stuff for maybe a year and a half, didn't talk about it at all with anybody.
What was the actual material?
Metals from like 5 or 6 different cases. Yeah. And so I gave them to the appropriate people to have stuff, because I was like, what am I going to do with this stuff? And it was freaking people out that were in my household. And so I decided I contacted some people that I trusted and off.
Good. Well, wonderful.
But anyway, my point is he talked about these incidences, and he literally said his bank manager, and I have him on camera saying that he gave me these materials. I never released it, but I had it just in case. But anyway, yeah. I
want to ask you about one other witness before we run out of time here. It's incredible. But I just want to point out to any new person, someone who's new to this field, and they think, oh, you're going into the conspiracy realm. The government can't keep these secrets. I think a lot of people do not appreciate just how sophisticated some elements, not all of the government, but some elements of, and particularly relating to this subject, happen to be. And I didn't know that story about Peter Sturck, but thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Before we run out, I was very interested in one of your last witnesses that you had, the 82-year-old Fred Clausen, former fighter pilot, who had a sighting, I think, in 1980.
Yes.
And he was a very, he was a wonderful witness. I don't know how you found him, first of all. Interesting. And what was it like talking to him? And can you tell his story, if you don't mind?
Absolutely. Yeah, he's great. So after I had my second appearance on Joe Rogan about Moment of Contact, the alleged UFO crash that happened in 1996 in Varginha, Brazil, and I did a kind of a deep dive into that whole thing. Yeah. I had barraged with messages from all sorts of various potential leads on things, which I'm still following up today. But this individual in particular was really impressive. And it was anonymous email. And we went back and forth for a while, but he really stood out. I was like, this guy is really smart, and he really knows what he's talking about. He was helping me try to find a particular flight that happened, because there was on the last visit when I was in Varginha, Brazil, coincidentally, the I guess you call flight control officer admitted for the first time publicly that he saw the USAF, the United States Air Force plane, come in on January 20th, I believe the date was, and land in a place called Campinas, and then go from Campinas, have a couple of helicopters fly into Varginha, load some stuff on it, back to Campinas, and then back to the United States. and we had what we thought was a photograph of that plane sitting on the tarmac. Couldn't quite make out the tail numbers, and this individual was trying to help me figure that out. And he was really, really incredible. And I finally one day I was like, "Who are you? You're so knowledgeable." He goes, "Actually, I'm a United States Air Force colonel, and I was also a fighter pilot, and also I was a witness to an incident that happened, at such and such a date." And so, wow, I said, "Would you ever be willing to come forward?" And he goes, "James, I don't know if I really want to go public. I'm happy to kind of continue helping in my way, but behind the scenes." And we became friends, and he sent an amazing gift package to my son of the fighter plane that he was, I want to say F-16, but don't quote me on that it was involved in the encounter. And it was this incredibly dramatic encounter. And he typed it all out in a letter. Colonel Clausen, United States Air Force, retired, and very detailed manner on and they got gun cam footage of it. And
he was flying. I'm trying to remember where he said he was flying. Was it over the Atlantic?
I have that specifics. I can't remember exactly.
It was in 1980.
1980. Had an encounter with an object shaped kind of like a football.
Yeah.
And just no wings, no tail, no visible means of propulsion. He got his gun cameras on it, got clear, filmed it, and then it shot off, and it went up into space. And he said it just went up into the stars, gone.
He stated that the gun camera film he shot was confiscated and it was never seen again.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yes,
yeah.
And it
was 24 years before the Tic Tac encounter, but that's essentially what he had.
Yep, Colonel Frederick Clausen. That's really cool that you noticed that. I've only had one other person go, "Whoa, that guy at the end of the movie just was talking about the anchor punch," because it was
absolutely
really a reminder. And I've had people tell me that, not on podcast, but on podcast, people have seen that was a really impressive witness, and he's a very impressive witness.
He was a great exclamation point to finish the film.
Yeah,
I thought because he's pointing out this isn't anything new, people. This has been going on for a long time.
Yeah, so 1980 would have been 44 years ago.
Yeah.
So 44 years ago, he got gun camera footage of a football-shaped UFO that flew rings around his jet and took off and went straight up into outer space in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that footage, and he was told not to talk about it, and the footage was taken.
And as you and I know, and some other people watching know, he wasn't the first either. This goes back decades before him. But 1980s, long ago, enough. So that's
right, long enough ago. Thank you. Almost half a century. Crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, it's amazing. Well, I really want people. I think people should see all of your films, but this latest one is really, really superb, James. It's great for it's great for this time. It's good for people who are just serious students to catch them up. It's very good for anyone interested in the contemporary politics of what is going on with the whole UAP congressional initiative. It's really good with that. And it's fantastic for anyone new. Skeptics, watch the program. I think this is a really good starting point for them. So I just want to congratulate you on a job well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And one of the things I'd like to say to the community is that it's only available right now for sale, and it's expensive. It's $20, and I get it. At the end of this month, we're going to be making it available via rental. There's all sorts of things that we're doing in terms of getting it offered on other various platforms like Vimeo and I think Google, Fandango, and internationally. But right now, undeniably found on Amazon and Apple TV. And if you can afford to purchase it now, and if not, wait, and you can watch it at the end of this month, and it'll be available via rental.
Yeah, we'll help the man out and buy it, people. Tracy's right in front of me. She has a question from one of the...
It's from...
Just say.
Strafe Wilson is in the chat.
Yes.
And he was one of the lead researchers on the Calvin
photograph.
Yes.
And he says...
Ask James about the name on the back of the Calvin picture.
Oh, yes. Yes, I have that. But I was told that's not the name of the witness for some reason. I mean, could it be wrong information? Yes. I don't know. That was always so weird because it was like care of, and then it has the individual's name on the back. I can't remember. I don't have it right in front of me, but there's definitely a clear name written on the back of the photograph. And I'm told, but again, I'm not.
The name is supposed to be. Can I say the name or not?
Kevin Russell.
Kevin Russell is the name. Yeah.
But I was told
you don't know if it's the right name.
No, I was told the gentleman's name is James. It's Ewan and James. There we have it. First time I've said that.
All right.
Yeah.
Spill the beans.
But what, Nick Pope,
Well, good. Is there anything I've written?
Okay. Question. David Grush has still not had skiff time. Tim Brew said he would make it happen 2 years ago. What's the holdup? Frustrating. Any news, James?
They won't allow him in the skiff with members of Congress, and I think it's one of the things that Brian Bender outlines beautifully in the film. And he said, one thing I've learned over my 20 years in Washington, D.C. is that if Congress finds it out, it's going to leak, and you're going to find it out too. So the intel communities, DOD, has been doing everything they can to prevent Grush for going into a skiff. And that's what I'm told.
Yeah, it's amazing too, because so many people love to throw rotten tomatoes at Grush to this day. They're just all over him. Like, why can't he tell what he knows? Like, do you listen to what the man says? He has gone right up to that line, right up to the line. He's done everything that he can do.
I know. It's and the threats are real. I mean, I've been hearing about these.
All right. Tracy, we should end this here. It's a never-ending thing. I'm sorry to anyone who had the questions. I apologize, but I know your time is limited, James, and I'm very grateful for having you on here at this time.
I appreciate you having me on.
It's been great, and I'm always your films are always a great treat and an education for the rest of us. So we're really glad you're in this field doing what you do. It's very important work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I definitely work. I try to work pretty hard. I'm not going to lie.
No,
I remember.
It shows.
Yeah, I remember thinking if I work any harder, I'm going to die in my sleep. So.
Well, I feel real simpatico with you. We started in this field around the same time. We've been working the same turf for a long time, different sides of the country, but I'm glad our paths cross when they do, and this is really fun.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, wait, are you on the East Coast or are you on the West Coast?
East.
I'm on the East Coast. I've been on the East Coast now for almost 4 years.
We'll have to amend that situation.
No excuses.
All right, good. Well, I just want to thank everyone for being here, along with James and myself, for this really wonderful chat. And that's about all we got. So I'll be back soon. If you like this video, hey, hit like, subscribe, share. You know what to do. I'm going to have all of James's links below. If they're not in there now, they will be within a few minutes after this recording is done. And James Fox, thank you very much. We'll talk again, I'm sure.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. That's our first one. Pretty cool stuff. Check out James Fox. Check out his latest documentary called The Program. It's very modern. It's very to the time. It's something you can show even the most skeptical person, and I think it'll change their mind, or at least open their mind to the reality that we're dealing with currently. I feel like I'm missing an axolotl. Did he die? I'm wondering if he died. I thought there was 4 in here. There's the white one, the yellow one, The pink one. Isn't there a pink one? This place is not. I gotta, like, fix the waterfall into here. They keep going up it. I think one died. Idiots. Anyways, let's take a quick break, and I will continue with the next podcast right here. Thank you for sticking around. Happy Friday. Or happy Saturday. Happy weekend.
All of the people I've spoken to who have said, yeah, I work on the program. Yeah, if you knew what was going on, you'd be amazed. I mean, face to face.
Sure.
I was part of a
Welcome
group
back.
that was going to gain access to some of these materials, literally. And then there's a person I know who's been in the Twitter news who basically took away our ability to, he said, no, there's no way. Oops, sorry. There's no way you're getting access to that. I know where it was kept. I literally know the address of where it was kept.
All of the data taken within the NASA program were obtained at the public's expense. It is therefore the public's property.
Mhm.
NASA, as part of its budget, is required to make public all of its original data.
Mm-hmm.
And now we see that what NASA has done was to mask out of the data anything that was a signal of extraterrestrial life.
So today we're joined.
All right, so I'm going to change the. I gotta change this title real quick on top. Let me see. Here we go. Properties. Change. This is Gary Nolan and Rudy Schild on Explaining the Unexplained. This is the Behind Greatness YouTube channel. I'm not familiar with it at all, so I'm only listening to this for Gary Nolan.
by
But,
two people. This is
I'll link this also in the description after the after the video.
Out of the data anything that was a signal of extraterrestrial life.
so today we're joined by two people. This is the first time we've done this, and the reason why we have these two particular individuals is because we've been learning a hell of a lot from them. They were both past guests. One is Dr. Gary Nolan, and the other one is Dr. Rudy Schild. Gary has been on the show earlier this year, in the spring of 2024. Rudy has been on a few times, 5 times actually, to be accurate. And we thought after we had the recording with Gary that we should work something out to have a nice fluid discussion with the three of us. So thank you to the both of you for coming on.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. This will be fun.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so let's do a quick one-liner intro just for folks who have not heard the episodes with you. We'll start with Gary. Gary Nolan is a world-leading immunologist. He's a professor in the Department of Pathology at Stanford University. He's published over 330 research articles and is the holder of 50 U.S. patents. Also a business executive and is honored as one of the top 25 inventors at Stanford University, and is also the founder of the Soul Foundation, and much more. Rudy Schild is a professor emeritus at Harvard. He was an astronomer, because astronomy never leaves you, is what I'm understanding. Astronomer and astrophysicist, and spent his career at Harvard and Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. He was a founding member of the Free Foundation with Edgar Mitchell, Ray Hernandez, and Mary Rodwell. That was founded in 2012. And he is also one of the most cited astrophysicists on planet Earth. And like I said, we've had great conversations with them both. You can check them out before you even listen to this one, or for fun afterwards as well. So we were both put on to you, you guys both know this, through Dana Pasalka's work. We first learned about Rudy, and then about Gary Nolan after he revealed himself to be James in her first book in 2019. So we learned about John Mack through Dana Pasalka. We learned after we got to know Rudy Schild that he was friends with John Mack in the 1990s. And they spent a lot of time after they got to know each other in the early 2000s in speaking engagements to talk about consciousness and I'm gonna say something here, maybe a little off, but the science of consciousness. Gary, we've learned from you that you are should I say fearless? You don't
Stupid.
have self-deprecating. Maybe that's the word.
Right.
So you're also unafraid to ask these questions that others might shy away from because they feel the material to be kooky. So let's start off with kooky. Let's just go. You had experiences. We talked about it on the program the last time. So you had experiences when you were a young boy. One of them was with a craft that you saw that you couldn't describe, and the other one were with beings that you saw in your room at night. And you said, I'm paraphrasing here, but you said that has been the basis of how you conduct your science.
Well, first I'll start and I'll say it's not paranormal. I mean, whatever the experiences were, since they're part of the universe, I consider them normal, first of all. And just because somebody else wants to characterize them that way, that's their problem. So, no, I mean, what I saw in my room was little guys over a period of a few weeks. And then it stopped. Now, look, I could have been a dream. What I saw as a paper boy, there was no dreaming at that point. It went right over my head while I was walking through the woods, going from one street to another. Now, I mean, all that informs is my desire to prove that there's something to scientists. My stories are anecdotes. Anecdotes aren't repeatable science yet. Without a time machine, we're not going to have that ability to go back and look. So, it informs my wonder. I mean, it wasn't anything that for 20 plus years that I did anything about. It was always there in the back of my mind, but there were certain later events that triggered those memories and kind of brought forth my, I would say, righteous indignation about being told I can't ask these questions.
Well, let's stick with one quick thing because I want to go back to righteous indignation because there is a lot there to unpack, even with your personal experiences and Rudy's and professional experiences. So you said informs my wonder. Rudy, what? This is a loaded question, but to use Gary's words, what informs your wonder?
I think what informs my wonder is the biggest question of all, and that is, once you accept and are convinced that how can this be other than true, that there is an alien present and that they come from other planets and other stars, then I feel as though I'm confronting, well, what is the universe itself, and how does this universe interrelate to what we think of the creator, its foundation or its foundational creator? Is this the same thing that the Catholic friends and people we know call God? Or what is it in the universe that has formed a consistent pattern in people's thinking, making them believe that such a God or creator or divine intelligence, call it what you want, and I think that I would like to call it the divine intelligence because it leaves all of the baggage having to do with religious practice out of the discussion. It's just whatever it is, the divine intelligence, that's what I'm talking about. Now, I was once asked at a symposium setting, I had forgotten it since somebody reminded me, you were speaking on a podium on the subject of the nature of consciousness and the UFO phenomenon, and I asked the question of the three of you on stage, well, what then is the relationship of what you are talking to me and God? And Edgar Mitchell said, Oh, I'm not going to touch that. John Mack said, oh, I can't discuss that. And I raised my hand and said, I'll take that question. And I then turned to him and said simply, God is the sum of all frequencies, or the entirety of our quantum space. That's the way I deal with what is the universe, what is God, and what is our role in this. And I would be interested to see what Gary thinks.
What is God? Well, I mean, to me, I don't try to personify it. I mean, I often wonder about what made the structure of the universe all the way down to the quarks, et cetera, with all the manners in which they interact, allow for someone like us to eventually form and have consciousness to view back what it is that made them. So to me, I try to get away again from that personification to just say, okay, well, if I just stay with these structures, it looks like it was designed in such a way to enable us. So you call it the divine, intelligence. I always am just sort of left between, was it just the way it had to be because we don't understand the structure of the universe and there was no other way that it could be that what we're seeing, so there was nobody behind it. And that's kind of a Richard Dawkins way of looking at it. Or there is an intelligence behind it, and that the information space, or the quantum space as you call it, itself is the mind of God that, is processing. So, I'm not religious per se, but I can't not look at everything and say, it damn well looks like it was built for a purpose.
Very good, Gary. And if I may, I then take the question one more step in the same direction. That is, what is the purpose of the universe? And I like to say this to people, especially young people, particularly people starting to have a life of their own at age 20 or something. And I say to them that as near as I can tell, the purpose of the universe is for life to emerge and thrive. This I first heard elucidated, I think, by Walter Gamble. He gave a lecture on this topic, and I think that he is correct. And I have to give him credit for having the first person to vocalize such a thought, which makes good sense to me. Now, I often tell this to young people because I tell them, quite frankly, you were now confronted with a lot of life-changing decisions on your part. You're struggling with the drug factor. You're struggling with pregnancy, raising family, all of these things. And if you, in the toughest decisions that you are now confronting, if you remember the purpose of the universe, which is for life to thrive, to emerge and thrive, then very often you will get clear decisions on your question. You will get a clear and decisive answer to what is the purpose of the universe and how do I thrive, acknowledging that purpose. So I stand with that, and I think that we as sentient beings are at sort of the bottom of the totem pole, but I perceive that our universe is but a bubble of reality in a universe of universes which share our quantum space and therefore share our God experience.
Gary, you both like going big, so let's stay big. What's the purpose of the universe for you?
I think it's just an information space that, has some sort of a gradient towards implicit order. People talk about it as being an entropic universe. It started out as complete entropy or randomness. But there is a movement towards a form of order, which is, I think of as a seed, right? So that the objective seems to be, well, and Rudy just said this, create life, create local order that can act within the universe to use it, or use it perhaps to bud out new universes. I mean, I don't think that wouldn't be beyond our capability at some point, if we get to Kardashev level 20.
So you said create local order. That's let's see if we can take it from there. Just with because I want to get both of your thoughts on this. If we're at the local level, not if, I believe that we are at the local level, and maybe physical fact that we're at the local level. But that is obviously a starting point for most of us who want to talk about NHI and the existence of NHI. Both of you have said on this program and outside the program that in similar words. So Rudy said to us, NHI is here and it can't wait to talk to us. And Gary, you have said, again, I'm paraphrasing both of you, that they are communicating through us, through particular others who are able to communicate out what they are trying to say. Can we elaborate a little bit on that? Maybe we'll start with you, Gary.
So, again, I'm going to correct something because otherwise it'll end up on the front page of the Guardian tomorrow. So I never said that they are communicating through certain people, but I said that the evidence, which is not proof or nor a conclusion, the evidence suggests that there are certain kinds of people with certain kinds of abilities, that they are in some way lighthouses in the dark to these things, that they, from whatever vantage they sit, this is all speculation, they see these people. Or perhaps it's a different way, a different turn is that because certain people recognize what they see for what it is, that moment of interaction is sort of like a quantum connection, right? That basically causes these things to be entangled. And, I call it, it's an intelligence test or it's a mirror test. The mirror test in the jungle is, can an animal walk by a mirror and not see it just as an enemy, but actually eventually recognize it as itself? And so is this a mirror test for us that we're actually recognizing ourselves or a form of ourselves or something that we might eventually become in the future? So that's how I think about it.
Rudy, in one of the discussions we had, maybe in a couple of discussions we had, you were fascinated by trying to understand why many people who are exposed to these type of experiences, engaged with NHI, are become, in your words, horse whisperers, or more creative, or more seemingly psychic.
Yes.
You want to expound on that?
And in fact, this seems to be the general conclusion of the vast survey that I did with Ray Hernandez and Nancy Rodwell and John Climo, where real professionals asked over 4,000 people in a survey that takes approximately 6 to 8 hours to complete. But many people have done this, 4,000 plus have done this, because they want the story to come out and they can see that these are statistically the right questions to be asking to get to the bottom of this whole thing about people who seem to have a special gift or special gifts, that they see craft more easily, that they have near-death experiences or have a sensitivity to past lives of humans who've lived previously, or that they become horse whisperers, as you said, or bird whisperers, animal whisperers, or are very intuitive to other human beings so that they can kind of read your mind. Scary thought. But this all happens to people because they evidently have a wired brain or rewired brain or expanded brain wiring. And I'm convinced from having followed this subject, but I don't know of any way to prove it. I'm convinced that when you see the light emitted by a UFO, you're seeing a special kind of radiation that many other people do not see. Now, this gets technical very quickly, but trying to avoid all that, we see ordinary light. When I watch this television screen at this moment, I'm seeing what is called propagating dipole radiation, an electromagnetic field oscillation, dipole in character, easily described in 4 dimensions, 3 dimensions of space and time, and summarized in the Maxwell's equations, which include then the constant speed of light a la Einstein. The exposure to the kind of radiation that a UFO makes is very, very different. It's called quadrupole radiation. And in the university system, whether it's Stanford or Harvard, it's taught typically to senior level engineering and science students, physical science students. And the professor goes through the derivation of Maxwell's equations and expresses that, yes, as a solution of these equations is a perfect and complete description of light emission by dipole radiation. And when your professor has demonstrated this and convinced you of it, then he says very cursorily, and there is more solutions to the Einstein equations, and these describe quadrupole radiation, but it falls very rapidly off in intensity with distance. That is to say, you can only see it if you're close to the emitting body. This is what other people who have seen flying saucers have described. For example, Susie Hansen has described that after the appearance of a UFO, after this departure, the valley was still alive with the kind of radiation for a moment. She points out how she could see the veins in the leaves of the maple trees that they had, and it was something that other people didn't seem to see. And I have seen examples of this too, where a young child was at a casual setting. I was present, and other people who have been in the company of UFO activity. And this girl could say, "There's one up there right now." And she says it's slowly moving that way. And about half of the people present could see it, and the others, including me, could not see it. And then she followed for a moment and said, "Oh, now it's over there. How did it get there?" And I see it, she said, and again, half the people could see it. I could not. Well, that's because the brains of some of these individuals have been rewired to see more than dipole radiation. And when your brain is rewired by light stimulation, that rewiring continues with it for life. And so other effects, which are quantum in character and of a stranger kind of mathematics than simple XYZ space, those people have their expanded brain that can also tune in other serious ways to the intellectual or the thought processes going on in the universe. That makes some people very sensitive to what happened in a past life it's the source of all of the tricks that we discuss as a classified phenomena in the Ray Hernandez volumes. And I'm convinced that that is the missing secret, that there is another form of radiation that our space allows to exist.
So it's interesting because, you know, a lot of the things that I've talked about around the perception and the caudate putamen work that I've done, which is the center of where intuition occurs, has been about what is the sensory system that is receiving this novel information that's going from one place to another that's not obviously electromagnetic. So there's not like an eye or a receiver, but I think, as you're saying, there's an organizational capacity in the brain. And so when I at least think when somebody is born with it, it's genetic. And we do see some of these abilities that seem to follow in families. And certainly the caudate putamen density that we've seen, we would see a mother and a father have it and the children have it. Even though it's like 1 in 100 or 1 or 200 people have it, and we find these multiple pairings. So these people seem to be attracted to each other. But if there's a genetics behind it, and I'm actually involved in a project to seek out such individuals and get their DNA, there might be a way to basically trace down the genes that are necessary for this, or at least correlated with the ability. And so to me, that's trying to move towards a proof of the fact that then we could back engineer into the math that you talk about.
Very good, Gary. And I like what you say. And I think that we are in fundamental agreement that there is something that is in some way involved in either the brain or perhaps the chromosomes. And remember that Stuart Hameroff and Roger Penrose have been likewise tracing this special gift back to the chromospheric activity, and they talk about the spiraling waves emitted by the brain, which also carry information in them in ways that we don't really yet understand. So
yeah, it's interesting that a lot of mainstream neurophysiologists now admit that brain waves that we see and this synchronized brainwave activity is not just a clock that keeps the thing running like a computer program or a computer chip, but actually is an information transfer system. That information is transferred from one hemisphere to another or from one region to another through these modulations. So it stands to reason that if those modulations, if I were standing next to you head to head, my modulations might affect yours. Or if there's other modulations occurring in these other mathematical realms of which you speak, maybe those might not propagate as light locally, but they might be, much able to transmit much further and much more interestingly. So I think the resonance and these frequency modulations that are happening in the brain are part of the answer behind all of this.
I myself have heard about and noticed that people who have flying saucer involvement will often reply or tell me about how, my mom did it, and also one of my brothers, they can do this also. They could stay right up with me.
Mm-hmm.
And so that connection does pass on genetically, apparently. It is possible that it also has some cultural development that gets accelerated in a much reinforced environment of the family. So there's plenty of room for for these many kinds of things to be happening and our not being able to really see the subtle patterns of this.
Yeah, because you talk about subtlety. I guess when you're in the weeds, it's very difficult to see the subtleties. But when you're looking from the outlier, looking down and over, might be easier to spot. Talking metaphorically, I guess, maybe not. But on that, Gary, you said just a few minutes ago, when you're describing what you're researching, you said that people with these abilities seem to be, so not people related to each other, but as Rudy just mentioned, but people with these abilities seem to be attracted to each other. Could we make the assumption, or could I infer that this is possibly engineered, that they be attracted to each other?
Well, I think if engineered, it was engineered way back at the start of the universe. So I don't think it's engineered that, somebody's sitting behind a control panel somewhere and saying, okay, well, this person should go mate with that person. That sounds very B'nai Gesserit,
Sure.
Dune-like. But no, I think it's well, you have to have two or several, sociologic reasons for thinking about it. One, these kinds of people might run in the same social circles. Smart people like smart people.
Yeah.
So that's one easy way to explain it. Or there could be something about what they recognize about each other that they like, or maybe there is that kind of syncopation between their brains, and that they somehow connect at a level that they don't quite understand. What I find, though, more interesting about it from a genetics point of view is that one of the features of evolution is separation. When one population separates from another and has a different environment or has a different niche, it then evolves towards that niche and leaves the others behind. And that's called speciation, Darwin's finches as an example. And so I wonder if this is a form of speciation, that we are beginning to evolve a group that is different enough and only is breeding within itself as a sub-society that has these abilities, which gets into very, Marvel Comics territory and several other, dystopian movie sets. So that I find interesting because we think only over the course of 100 or 200 or maybe even 1,000 years. That's about the most the human brain can manage. But as Rudy was saying earlier, whatever these things are, they've been around a long time, and so they might work within a different time framework than we do, and so they're thinking in a different time framework, and so they're more than willing to wait for us to evolve into a state or a stage where that's possible, and maybe we're just seeing the inklings of it now, but the future might be where we have selected for those kinds of capabilities, and they become a separate species. I mean, we're going to speciate if we get out into the local galaxy and end up on different planets. Give it 100,000, 1 million, or 10 million years, and we will speciate. We will have groups of humans who cannot breed with other humans.
Sure. I know bullying is I've listened to a few of your interviews where you talk about bullying and helping people against bullying, and the context. And this is on that topic. And the context was learning about the kids and what they saw in Zimbabwe. And through the Soul Foundation, you are helping. You're writing papers, but you're also helping other scientists and academics to prepare the right language to argue against the type of bullying that we all see, obviously, socially, culturally, professionally, against not just naysayers, but professional debunkers and folks who are not scientists, scientists who are explorer like you guys do.
Right.
Have you ever been bullied professionally? And this question to the both of you.
Well, I'll let Rudy start since I just spoke.
Sure.
On bullying, I think, Gary, one of the biggest problems that you've encountered in your career is the bullying by the deep state, or by whoever it is that's managing the discussion about the UFO invasion of the Earth as a threat to our civilization. And other people take a very different attitude toward this, of course, that the alien threat does not exist. They want to help us. They're here because we're in trouble and face forces of nature that we don't understand yet. And in a way, or in a very real sense, their understanding of the nature of the universe is for life to emerge and succeed. And it's their role in the universe to help us out of this. I think that there is a sort of benevolence in their presence here, and I've never heard that mentioned or discussed. But I think the way I understand the universe and its purpose, the alien presence is here to help. And it's very significant, I believe, that the outward presence of UFOs went up usually rapidly at the end of World War II, after we demonstrated to the whole universe with nuclear detonations at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's very clear to the universe that these people need help. They're dealing with forces that they don't deal with very graciously. And I just recently saw the movie about Chernobyl, and there's a very clear example of how things can too easily go wrong. And yes, I agree, we need help.
Yeah, I've never felt that the threat narrative was useful, except to get Congress interested. Because I've never felt threatened. You know, that good news never travels far. And so
nobody can make a profit off of it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, I think that is part of what's going on. Luciano, what was the original question?
Have you ever been bullied professionally?
Oh, yeah. I mean, once or twice. I mean, one of the, associate directors of the National Cancer Institute stopped me in a bar and said, I'm going to ruin my career, with this. And I just said, well, we had a long discussion about it. I said, you're sounding more like a priest than a PhD, which offended him.
Sure.
And I said, but that's the truth. You're talking dogma, not questions. I mean, you have to hit back. And just basically put it in stark terms. And I've gotten long past the point of feeling I need to convince anybody of anything. They're saying, look, here's the data, here's the evidence, do with it what you want. I've got work to do. But it's turned around dramatically in the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, I went and gave a talk at Harvard Medical School just earlier this spring. And they literally asked me to talk about the UFO stuff at the end of my cancer talk. They said, would you please talk about some of this stuff? I mean, I went to the Salk Institute, same thing, just a few weeks ago. And so it's, people are intrigued, and they want permission to talk about it. And so it isn't that scientists are at their base level ignorant, or dogmatic. It's that they are that way because other people are pressuring them to be.
Right.
But if you sit outside and say, it's okay, and here's the parameters and the way that you argue against the skeptic or the pseudo-skeptic, and here's the rhetoric and the tricks of argument that they're using, and here's the way that you answer those point by point. Suddenly they're like, oh, I'm enabled. I now have the armamentarium to go out and ask these questions myself.
I like those 2 words, well, 3 words. I'm enabled. I also agree with the spirit. Rudy and I had talked about this too, with the spirit of not trying to convince anybody, because that never works. The only convincing that I'd like to do is just to convince people that the way to learn best is to have an open, exploratory conversation about things with people who ask the questions.
One of the things I realized recently is that the question that I'm often asked is, are they here? Is actually the wrong question. The real question should be, can they get here? Or could they have gotten here? Because if you can't answer that question in the affirmative, are they here is meaningless. And so you have to start at that root of the argument and get them to think through the process that, and Rudy could give the numbers himself far better than I can. It doesn't take long to get from one side of the galaxy to another, even with conventional means. It might take you 500 or 1 billion years, but who cares? That's already happened.
That's a good point.
All right. I agree with you. And the crossing time for the galaxy would be a finite number measured in millions of years.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, if you can get them to believe that, and if you could have gotten them to have said before you got that argument, how many civilizations do you think might be out there? And if you've gotten them to say, well, probably a lot. And then you get them to answer the question that they could have gotten here, ergo, they could be here. Right?
They could
So
be
it's like those simple things that's not convincing you that UFOs are real. Those are convincing you that the possibility that they're real is real.
Well, we just to offshoot this a bit to highlight that point too, and the other conversations we've been having. Like we've spoken to a lot of remote viewers here who worked in labs and worked for the military. Russell Targ was one of them. You guys both know Russell Targ, obviously. But he was a scientist, and he was curious, and he was doing things that NASA and DIA, CIA wanted to understand. And by the time Joe McMoneagle came along, so he was also on the podcast, fascinating life that he's lived, they realized, there wasn't a question of whether this was real, like the capability, human capability to see outside of his or her own senses. They wanted to operationalize it. And so, the rest of humanity, and this is not complaining at all, but the rest of humanity for the following 4 decades, most of us had no idea that this was going on. And now it's become a surprise. But it's not a surprise. The idea that we're capable of seeing and feeling and knowing things outside of our own senses is a real thing.
I mean, that's one of the things you just said is one of the foundational reasons why I continue to be intrigued, is all of the people I've spoken to who have said, yeah, I work on the program. Yeah, if you knew what was going on, you'd be amazed. I mean, face to face.
Sure.
I was part of a group that was going to gain access to some of these materials, literally. And then there's a person I know who's been in the Twitter news who basically took away our ability he said, no, there's no way. Oops, sorry. There's no way you're getting access to that. I know where it was kept. I literally know the address of where it was kept. And believe it or not, it's almost like, that giant warehouse where the Ark of the Covenant was, put.
Sure.
He said, yeah, it's sitting in big wooden crates. Well, but then I also recently learned that, back when that was about to happen, they loaded up a bunch of 18-wheelers, showed up and took it elsewhere. So,
well, why don't we continue on that string? Because it's something that Rudy mentioned to me just very recently. A colleague of yours stripped away some video, some NASA video, to show entities that behaved like living entities.
Yes.
Do you want to share?
Yes, I would like to talk. Gary, this is something that I don't think you have explored. I hope that you don't find this tiresome, but I'm trying to think of how I break into this large subject.
Let's go.
Ron Joseph looked at official NASA footage that was released by the United States government. That is because already you are aware that there have been stirrings within various subcommittees or various bodies in the government, in particular in the Congress, who want the truth about the flying saucer, the whole flying saucer business. And this Ron Joseph examined the footage from many programs within NASA that involved camera footage of the environments of the space shuttle or the Hubble Space Telescope or the International Space Station. And you can see on the footage that the crew of whatever was taking this footage, that is the astronauts, were commenting on it. The craft are approaching us, or it looks like they're clustering around us. It's almost like there's intelligent behavior that's guiding these extraterrestrial objects. What could they be? Now, Ron Joseph found that the footage that NASA released had all of that blurred out somehow. There was a voice track that got blurred out. Similarly, the visible images were blurred out. And when you did a very sophisticated de-blurring techniques and removing what he calls the masking with what he calls filters, and that's approximately correct. That's a good thing to think of, that he applies filters to blurred out images and gets the filtering taken away. This was superimposed by NASA onto the deposited products. But the deposited products still had underneath the original signal, and he restored them and published them in a paper that's called various things like fourth state of matter, plasmas in the thermosphere, and other works which describes all the occasions when NASA has seen these things. Now, you can imagine this puts NASA in a very, very difficult problem, because you must know, Gary, that the recent budget approved by Congress and funding the activities of NASA, the NASA budget has the explicit rider built into it that all of the data taken within the NASA program were obtained at the public's expense. It is therefore the public's property. Mm-hmm. NASA, as part of its budget, is required to make public all of its original data.
Mm-hmm.
And now we see that what NASA has done was to mask out of the data anything that was a signal of extraterrestrial life. What are these craft that are shadowing our carrier fleets at sea, carrier groups, battle groups at sea? What are these things which are appearing to people in their bedrooms, minding their own business and trying to get some sleep at night? People like your brother and your, I think it was father, who have these kinds of experiences. Well, all of these people have something to tell us. Who is listening? Well, you are, I am, but we are but wolves crying in the wilderness. So NASA has now the problem that we have military and high-tech NASA data on things that we, the government, are not willing to talk about. There is a direct violation now of the requirement through the budgetary process that NASA come clean with the original data on this, and they have apparently not complied. They put out some approximation to the data, but the good stuff has been removed. So somebody has got a problem here. Somebody is going to have to make an explanation of all of this data. The data that I'm talking about have been published in the Journal of Modern Physics by Ron Joseph, and it's all for everybody to see. And I'm not sure how many people are putting together this requirement on NASA at the same time as they are trying to comply with the NASA regulations as stated. Anyway, we're in for interesting times.
So I think it's interesting because I wasn't aware of Ron Joseph. I just was trying to see if I could find that paper. But I think it's indicative of kind of an umbrella effect where, and this is again what intrigues me more, kind of where there's smoke, there's fire. There's so much pushback that I'm always left with Shakespeare's quote, "The lady doth protest too much, methinks." And so it's like, well, if there's nothing there, why can't we see the picture of the orb when you just had an incident with a Russian plane, and the next day you showed a close-up of it? And yet you say that the other things that that people claim to have seen is classified. I mean, there's just this bifurcation of...
Yeah, you're right. There's an inconsistent policy.
Yeah, the policy is applied. Well, internally, it's consistent. They don't want any of this information or these pictures to get out. And so it doesn't surprise me, interestingly, that 30 years ago or 20 years ago when NASA was taking these pictures and they scrubbed them, they didn't realize what was going to be possible 30 years later. Yes. So how we'd be able to pull the signal out of their, incomplete scrubbing.
Quite right. Mm-hmm. And so technically they satisfied the requirement, the budgetary requirement, but in spirit they didn't. But on the other hand, that's caught up with them now.
I think one of the things that you were alluding to there of these plasmas and are plasmas intelligent, I think one of the earliest physicists came up with a term for them, Boltzmann brains, right?
He calls them what?
Boltzmann brains. So Boltzmann, the physicist, basically speculated that at the beginning of the universe, all possible orders of objects could have occurred. And you might have spontaneously had living conscious plasmas that could have been formed given how much, randomness there was. He did some sort of calculation that said this would be possible. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting, but I mean, if that is the case, and it might have been rudimentary consciousness forming in an ecosystem which had its own unique evolutionary path, using local order to create more order. Before planets happened, those plasmas could have initiated some form of early intelligence and had their own ecosystem long before matter condensed into planets, where another form of consciousness might have formed. I mean, I think SETI is making a mistake in looking so far away and looking for technosignatures. I mean, kind of again back to what you said. It should be a search for consciousness, not a search for mechanics or mechanical things.
Yeah, they use the argument that if you were situated at the nearest star, Alpha Centauri, and if you had our quality of radio telescope, then you would detect the signal of planet Earth as radio waves, you would see the dew-line radar system based primarily in Alaska rising and setting and be able to compute the rotation period of planet Earth. So I think that is something like the justification for Project SETI, but that's not the way it is. The real signatures of life are going to be in quantum space, not in electromagnetic space.
Right. Yeah, I think we would have long, or anything else would have long, evolved, if not evolved, progressed beyond the point of crude electromagnetics.
Right. It's also true that all of these questions of what is the probability that a spontaneously and randomly originating universe will spawn life, these arguments never could be convincing because they make such broad assumptions that a scientist like you would probably not make it to the last page.
Sorry, Luciano, we took over.
No, don't apologize. I want you to. This is fun for me. I mean, I can't pretend to grasp all of it. That's why the beauty of recording is that you can listen to it 1,000 times before you start to understand. Rudy, you did say, I was listening to one of our conversations just the other day again, and you said you're one of the only people on the planet, and you say this in your half smirking way, which is I find endearing, but there's truth. You said you're one of the only people on the planet who thinks about how the first universe was created.
Yes. The current theory of the creation of the Earth, the creation of our universe. And I must go and take a step backwards and say what I mean by the universe now. I'm talking about that physical universe which we now understand is probably encased in an inside-out black hole and is separate from any other universe, because there's no space-time outside the space-time of our universe. And yet there is this quantum attribute of our universe that we're now talking about as being the creator. I'm not sure of how all that works, but anyway, I think that it's very likely that whatever process created the Earth might have involved itself in the creation of additional universes. Did I say that right? The process that created our universe might very well have created other universes, but this is such random speculation that's probably not worth pursuing with Gary Nolan, who really has knowledge of things that do exist and aren't hypothetical.
Well, I mentioned this because you fascinated me the first time we talked about this, about our universe being an inside-out black hole. I'd never heard of this before, and that had me thinking for months. But I would talk it out with people, not scientists, like just people in business and young people, just to get people's ideas and to jolt people, and it works. It has been working. I'm going to read something that you said recently in an interview, Gary. And I may have written it down a little off, so excuse me on this, and please correct me. I don't want to be in the papers with you. You said you were talking about AI and creation, and you said we will get down so close to the use of matter as a computer for making our AI, we will probably use our AI to make something that doesn't require a physical manifestation.
Right. Yeah, I think you can organize space-time in some way that is, in effect, again, what Rudy was talking about, some kind of intelligent plasma. That it uses matter as a computation matrix, but it sits somewhere much more closer to the Planck length in how it's operating, right? I mean, our consciousness, whatever it is sitting in the matrix of space-time, but we think, or at least neurophysiologists think, that the brain organizes that consciousness. So where and how it sits, it's still sitting in space-time, whether you like it or not. And so that there might be other ways to order it doesn't surprise me. I mean, I don't know if you saw, I just was watching a quick video of an ASM machine, which is a company that makes chips at extraordinarily complex 3D structure. They're right down to the nano at this, I mean, near angstrom level organization. And, and we're barely 1,000 years out of the caves. And so imagine how much we'll be able to organize, space-time, down at a much more fundamental level. I mean, humans, or life as we know it, is probably the most complex functionality of matter that we know of. I mean, because every atom in your proteins in your body serves multiple functions, right? Every protein serves multiple functions. There's no way you could encode a human with 10,000 genes. There's a bazillion functions in that. We will get to that level of organization in making computers one day where the matter is multifunctional. It's still atoms. It's not magic matter, but it has within it, these exotic particles, quasi-particles as they're often called, phonons and things like that are basically moving electromagnetic objects that sit within the matter itself. And the matter organizes the formation and the function of those. And that's a future computer, right? That will be the kind of AI that we might be scared of. And we can only hope that it would be benevolent. And so, or at least not care so much about us that it decides to, that we're in the way.
Or at least pull the plug.
Yeah.
We are still the master of the computer because we own the power cord.
Right. So I just think that there's once you're down at that level of organization and you understand functionality at that level, it isn't science fiction to think that could then be independent of the matter that created it, if it has an organizing principle within it.
I agree. I agree. In this case, I feel that all that I have seen and observed about the universe is compatible with my idea, my belief that the purpose of the universe is for this kind of life to emerge. And if you can maybe not accept immediately, but if you can just try to see that this gives the discussion a rather firming attribute. It firms up any discussions about things of this kind, about the possibilities of the future, the possibilities of what we can create as human beings with, as you say, only 1,000 years of evolution, basically. So I believe that understanding that the purpose of the universe is for life to emerge will guide our way through these kinds of issues, I believe.
Mm-hmm. No argument.
I want to
give it a try for a year or so, and you'll find it makes a lot of sense, Gary.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be cognizant of the time here because we're coming to a close, and I just want to ask maybe a question or two. And I wanted to ask this the last time that we had Gary on, as Rudy and I talked about in one of our previous conversations about experiences and having experiences you can't quite understand. And Rudy, admittedly, has not had any of these type of experiences, but came to the understanding in a different way, including through his relationship with John Mack and Edgar Mitchell. With you, on the other hand, Gary, you shared a story, and I don't remember if it was on our recording or it was before that when we were talking before the record, about lying in bed one night in a hotel
in London.
In London, yeah,
London.
okay.
Yeah.
I have a question on that, but please repeat if you don't mind.
It was really the most remarkable thing. I woke up and my whole body was just buzzing like I was sitting in an electric bath. Never experienced anything like that in my life. And I thought I was about to die or something. I was like, what is going? And then right as I came to consciousness, and it wasn't I call it a glyph. It wasn't a word, but it ended up being translated in my brain as words. This is how you connect. But I knew at the moment that I heard that, I realized that it was a meta concept of some sort that had been put into me. And that was all. That was the only signal. But the electric feeling went on for about 10 to 15 seconds until I said, this has to stop. And it did. And so if it was some sort of neurologic disorder that was causing it, my, mentally voicing the thing that this has to stop doesn't sound like, I wish I could fix all my problems with just thinking them.
Yeah, right. You solved it.
You're onto something, Gary.
Yeah. So, but then it was, many people then pointed me, because I talked about it publicly, to the Monroe Institute and said, you just go show up at the Monroe Institute, because that is exactly what, was it John Monroe? Bob Monroe, Robert Monroe, yeah, wrote in his book that the feeling that he had when he had these EBEs, not EBEs, OBEs,
yeah.
Was this feeling of electricity coursing through your whole body. I mean, it was right down to my toes. I mean, it was the whole everything, and you could hear it. And so, again, it's an experience. It's an anecdote. It means nothing except to me. But the other people, though, who contact me, who say that they had similar experiences and say, et cetera, it's like, okay, well, it's either something, extra normal. I prefer extra normal than paranormal.
No, I like it.
Or, we all have a common medical problem.
So we've been talking to Jeffrey Kripal. I like that extra normal. Well, with that experience, so maybe this is the last question to you. If that were to happen again, would you go with it or would you stop it?
Oh, yeah. I've tried to recreate it, and I probably will have to go see if what people tell me is true, that I should go to the Monroe Institute and try out their thing, their system. I just haven't been able to find a week. I mean,
yeah, sure.
So,
okay, so you're curious about going with it if it happens again.
Oh, if a UFO landed in the front yard and the door opened, I'd be the first one through it.
Well, okay, so maybe this is the last thing, because you also said something that I as a business owner, I firmly believe as a philosophy. And I know Rudy well enough now to know what his thoughts might be on it. And you said in something, again, in another interview, you said you don't need permission to explore. You ask questions and investigate to try to find the evidence. Because asking permission is stopping, again, this is my interpretation, is stopping yourself short from being who you can be.
It's giving other people control.
Yes. But you said something very important that I find deeply, deeply important for me. And you said, once you have enough of these successes when you're, quote unquote, asking all these questions, you tend to create a permission structure around you.
Yeah.
I thought that was perfect.
Well, I mean, that's what I mean, long before I got involved in this, these inventions and ideas that I've had, people would say, oh, they're crazy. Gotcha, bitch. You can't do that. And that won't happen. I mean, I had Nobel Prize winners tell me that. And I'm like, okay, well, again, I'm not going to try to convince you. I'm just going to do it. And that's what scientists do. If every idea we had was right, then that'd be great. And so then you just do it. But then, and that matters to this case in point. People come to me and say, if it weren't you saying this, Gary, I would think what you're saying is crazy. And so that is, I think, and so now we have, I didn't realize Rudy was disinterested in this area. Now we have Rudy, now we have Avi. We have any of a number of other individuals who are, if not warm to the idea, are in the deep end. And so I'm happy for that. And so if the only thing I ever did was provide permission for people to ask the question, I feel like that's my epitaph.
I'm enabled should be your epitaph.
Yeah. I'm an enabler.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Wonderful. Rudy, I wanted to ask you, because I want to be fair with that question too, about the permission structure. Because I found that so poignant. What are your thoughts?
Actually, I've never addressed this point. I've never felt that I had to get permission to go to any kind of exploration, because it's in my craft, that it's in my profession, that I'm an astronomer, and I'm committed to indulge in the wildest speculations and the broadest questions about the nature of the universe. And I don't feel like I need to have anybody's permission for that. I've created the need for it and the ability to do it, and so why not? I don't feel there's any permission required.
And it hasn't harmed me either because of this. I mean, I just won a Lifetime Achievement Award here at Stanford in the name of two of our greatest biochemists, Nobelists. And two of my methods won the Invention of the Year, or spatial biology from Nature, the journal Nature Methods. So it's not hurting me in any great way that I can tell. Right. And if anything, I've had a much more interesting life being involved in this than if I've been just a dour scientist writing grants all day.
Oh, absolutely. I feel the same is true of myself. I've enriched my life by pushing on the extremes of our knowledge of the universe.
I know Avi's having the time of his life. I mean, he gets invited to go give talks at big places and, meets all these fascinating people. And so, he's running with it.
Well, we had him on the program, and one of the prominent scenes from that episode for me was when he told me, and I saw his face, about the importance of staying childlike in your exploration. Again, yeah. Poetry.
Yeah.
I want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for coming on, agreeing to come on together. We really wanted to have a full exploratory, or at least an expansive conversation. I can't explore with people like you. I can only explore with other dummies like me. But it was immense fun for me. Thank you again, both of you.
Well, I have a new friend now.
I know it's not me.
I much enjoyed this maybe second meeting, and I think that there's a high probability that Luciano will make that happen.
Yeah.
If you guys will have me do it.
Luciano.
Thank you, boys.
I think there's officially too many riders. I need to make them go around the whole park, like way out there. So what I'm going to do is connect this. Which I'll do right now. What the fuck? This isn't gonna work, is it? Well, that'll work. So if I flip this switch, the new route, let's see. If I flip this switch, they should go up here. I don't know if they'll have enough speed. Let's try it. Here we go. Whoever makes it around. Let's follow this shit. This is crazy if it works. There's our first rider. There he goes. Yes. Yes. Go, 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 go. Oh, no, come on. There should be more following him. Come on. Oh, see, these are being sent back. Well, let's send them on our way. Let's send them on the way. Come on, get out of here. Go, go, go. Go, little baby. I hope you stay small forever. I need more kids at this park. Even if they're zombie pigman kids. Alright. Any more? Oh, the bee. Bee's got a bee. No! See, something. They're getting caught on something. Oh, you fucking sheep. Go. Go on, get. There they go. There they go. There they go. Go on, my little pig friends. Go be merry. Enjoy the park as it's never been enjoyed before by other entities. This park is open for everyone. Little zombie pigman kids. Watch them go. They should come back around. Oh my god, my park is alive. For the first time ever.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
Oh, a non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy who didn't
Now
subscribe.
they're getting stuck over here.
You monster.
No. No. Fucking kid. I feel like there needs to be a boost here. Bad. Real bad. Oh shit, whole bunch are coming. Oh my god. Go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Get out of here. Go, go, get out of here. Go, go, they're coming. Go! Go! You son of a bitch, you're gonna back them all up. You son of a bitch. Get out of here. Let's go, Zipper. Whee! Oh, look, they're going the other way. So it's designed that it'll shoot them back out on the track. Watch, they'll cut through the house. Not this guy. Fuck that guy. It's designed that it should shoot them back out. Oh, they're getting stuck too. So we've got traffic problems to deal with. I'm sure it has everything to do with speed. What are you stuck on? You idiot. Get out of here. Go. Go. Like this guy, if he kept going, he should be able to get back on the loop. So it repeats itself. Or repeats on itself. And then... Anyone over here? Yes, the bee. It's always the bee. I think because the bee moves at a different speed. This guy fucking flies. No pun intended. Let's follow these guys. Dude, he is flying. My park is alive. Oh, man. You guys are fucking bumming me out, dude. I'm pretty sure it's because the little guys go way fast. And they're bumping into these guys. Whoa! So many. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is wild. God, please work. I just want to see it work. Go. I gotta get a view. I never use this, so this will be a first. Not a first. A first in a long time using this. This was my scaffolding to get up to the top of the... Fuck, it's dangerous up here. It's fucking dark. I should be able to monitor traffic from here. Forget Roller Coaster Tycoon. Dude, they now go around the whole park. That is sick. I think it's working. Looks like it's working to me. This has been such a long time coming, getting people into the park. The whole reason why I started breeding villagers is to bring them over here. So at each attraction there will be, you know, staff, like people working. Like, so you go to each little thing, and I was going to put special villager perks, like, you know, if there's like Silk Touch or something, he'll have his own little booth, his own station. Dude, look, you could see in the inner workings of the piano from here. That's sick. That's sick. Holy shit. Oh, just like that. Magic. Let's go up to the top. As far as I know, this is as high as it gets around here. They're not jamming up. They got souvenir swords. That's sick. I gotta make like a little souvenir shack where you can buy swords, because that would make sense. I wish I could put clothes on them. So I saw something from up there that I didn't see before. So there's more podcasts. Let me see. This one's an hour. This one's an hour. I'll do one more. This one is Lou Elizondo.
You want to know what?
On Chris Cuomo's show. I don't really know who this guy is, but we're here for Lou.
What is most and least likely when it comes to... He knows what he doesn't know, and he is straight about the same. So you want to know? what has proof and what is poppycock when it comes to drones, Luis Elizondo is a man. And he is also the man when it comes to having this conversation. And I learned a lot, and I hope you do as well.
All right, before we get started, please, a message from here at HeadshotH4rry. This stream is made possible by viewers like you. I am going to take a quick 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We shall return. Enjoy.
We all enjoy being together, but is anyone left out? I think so. Well, that's our guest list. Now, invitations. Should we write? Dear Alice, would you like to come to a party at my house Saturday, March 24th at 8 p.m. and so on? Well, I thought we were right. This is just an informal party. Let's just phone everyone. Next business, refreshments. We have to feed the men and the girls too, especially you. Gee, thanks. The show. Well, we want something to eat, something to drink. Refreshments. All right, now next is entertainment. We want to show Steve a good time, but, well, we don't know too much about what he likes. The best thing I know for breaking the ice and getting people acquainted is some good mixer games.
It's a big night.
to show Steve a good time, but, well, we don't know too much about what he likes. The best thing I know for breaking the ice and getting people acquainted is some good mixer games.
It's the big night.
All right, we're back. Thank you for sticking around. All right, up next, Luis Elizondo. Let's hear what this man has to say.
Party time! Excellent!
Put some light on us, Lou.
As always, appreciate the relationship.
Yeah, Chris, my honor and privilege to be with you and your wonderful audience.
So to remind people will recognize you from having testified in Congress. Why did you do that?
Well, because I think we needed to bring truth and transparency to the American people, something that, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but this current administration has forgotten.
That's all.
Do you believe that this administration is different in regard to being closed-mouthed about UAPs?
I know they are. Unfortunately, I have friends on the inside that were at meetings when the conversation was brought up at the National Security Council, the same one, by the way, that said 30 days before a horrendous attack in Israel that the Middle East has never been safer. Anyways, long story short, anytime the topic of UAP came up, they were told to stand down and not discuss it. And I think that's probably part of the reason why we are in the situation we're in now, because anything in the sky that isn't identified immediately is what we call a UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomenon. And drones included, and balloons and anything else. And of course, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have the really, truly exotic. But at the end of the day, we don't have really good cognizance of what's in our airspace. We don't have complete air domain awareness. And it's getting to the point now where there's air safety issues. Let's not forget, they literally had to close down Wright-Patterson Air Force Base for a while because of these incursions of these drones or UAP. Most people, I think, agree that they're drones, but there's still some people that say, look, what we're seeing doesn't look like a drone, doesn't act like a drone. So I think the jury is still out to some degree on what exactly these are.
Well, look, in a vacuum of transparency and information from the power source, people get sideways and susceptible. What's the old expression? When people are desperate for answers, the answers get more and more desperate. Now,
that's right.
To also give people context about why I rely on you as heavily as I do, give people just the flavor of why you would have the honor flag over your shoulder and all of the numerous affinity patches.
The short answer is because I'm old. I've been around a long time. I was kind of like that kid in the old generation. Your older generation folks might remember this. Mikey from the Life cereal commercial, right? If anybody, the kids didn't want to eat any cereal, they gave it to Mikey and he'd eat anything. That was kind of like me in my career. Every job that nobody wanted, somehow I wound up taking it. So I am a career-long intelligence officer and special agent in counterintelligence. Most of my focus has been in counterterrorism, counterespionage, counter-narcotics, and counterinsurgency operations. I'm not a science fiction guy. I went to school into the medical program, and I studied microbiology and immunology. I am a disciple of the scientific methodology and principles. But later on in my career, when I left an element within the intelligence community, came back to the Department of Defense for a little while, that's when I was brought into a program where I learned the reality that your tax dollars, the American tax dollars, are being used to study UAP and quite aggressively, frankly. And I think the American public would be shocked to learn just how often these incursions are occurring over controlled U.S. airspace, over sensitive military installations, and even over our nuclear equities.
Give a little bit of depth and context to that for people. What kinds of incursions, how often, and what is the reason that they are not aware or not able to stop or not willing to admit?
Yeah, wow. Let me unpack a lot of that there. So, to the surprise of many, the U.S. government has been investigating UAP, or unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or in the vernacular, UFO, for decades. Despite the public posturing that we don't look at these things are silly, tinfoil hats and whatnot, the truth of the matter is we've been looking at these things for a very long time, for decades. And what sets these things aside from anything else, let's say like quadcopters, or let's say conventional explanations like balloons, like we saw a few years ago, there's 5 performance characteristics that separate truly anomalous UAP from anything that we have in our current inventory. And we learned this when I was in the program. The program was called ATIP. It was at the Pentagon. It stood for the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, and it was a program to investigate UFOs, or now what we call UAP. And we found a lot. And a lot of folks now probably look back and they remember the famous Nimitz video, and then the Roosevelt incident videos, and the gimbal video, and Go Fast. Those all came as a result of our program that we were running at the Pentagon. And there was a lot of things there that we saw that really were quite perplexing. And to put the case in point here and emphasize what you're saying, what makes these things stand out, look different, and behave different, it's these 5 characteristics, right? You have vehicles. When you look at a human being, for example, Chris, we can experience for a very short period of time 9 G-forces on the human body on average before we start suffering medical consequences like blackouts and redouts and ultimately death. And that's why our pilots wear G-suits. And in comparison to one of our very best, most highly maneuverable manned aircraft, it's older, but it's still one of the most highly maneuverable manned aircraft. That's the General Dynamics F-16. And that can handle at the unclassified level probably about 16 to 17 G-forces before you start having structural failure, meaning the aircraft begins to disintegrate while you're flying it. What we are seeing are objects that are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000 G-forces. So well beyond the healthy limitations of anything biologically to withstand, and certainly beyond the structural engineering limitations from an aerospace perspective that we know how to make. Also, to put that in comparison, another observable is hypersonic velocity. That is the speeds at 5 times the speed of sound. Now, do we have vehicles that can do that? We do. Sure. For example, the Lockheed YF-12A SR-71, the Blackbird that everybody talks about, that can push about 3,200 miles an hour right there at the edge of Mach 5. But when it wants to take a right-hand turn, Chris, it takes roughly half the state of Ohio to do that. And what we are seeing are vehicles that are not doing 3,500 miles an hour, but in some cases 10,000, 13,000 miles an hour in a low Earth atmosphere environment, and they're able to execute immediate right-angle turns and 180-degree turns. So these are some examples. Another one's low observability, which we're now seeing with these drones. Another one is transmedium travel, the ability to operate in multiple domains to include atmosphere, underwater, and even outer space. Those type of technologies that we have been seeing for many years now at the Pentagon and with the intelligence community is taken very seriously within certain circles inside the U.S. government. The problem is the messaging and the communication to the people and to Congress and even to the president at times is very disjointed. And so now we have the situation we have now where you have local and state law enforcement officials literally recording these drones, these vehicles on their phone. And you have, on the other hand, a White House statement coming from John Kirby saying things that these are all prosaic and these are all manned aircraft and are all legally there. If that's the case, then why would you shut down Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, right? The answer is that it's not. These things are not being coordinated with U.S. government. It's a complete mystery, Chris, and it's a problem.
What's the best sense that you developed about where they're coming from and who has them?
Wow. Well, there's several scenarios. One is, I think now it's gaining some popularity and traction. Again, let me emphasize, in the absence of information, right? So now we're leaving people to speculate. You have drones being flown at night, which is very atypical. Usually do that when you don't want people to notice you too much. Some of these have been described as being bigger than an automobile or an SUV. So, Chris, that's a substantial drone, right? This is not a quadcopter that's being used at Amazon or Pizza Hut to deliver a pizza.
It's not a typical recreational application. You can't find them online for purchase.
That's correct. No, we're talking at least government sponsored, because now you're talking about loiter capability using a battery, by the way, right? Not liquid fuel like gasoline that weighs a lot, but a battery where these things are staying aloft for, in some cases, more than 5, 6, even 10 hours at a time, and able to traverse a really long distance. Now, if you look at that compared to common drones, normal drones, conventional drones, they have a lifespan of maybe airtime total 15, 20 minutes before they come down and run out of battery. And they're only line of sight because you're using radio frequency to control them. If you want to go beyond line of sight, Chris, you need to have a really sophisticated infrastructure. You need either an aircraft to bounce and relay that system, or you need a satellite. And that takes manpower, it takes money, it takes time and attention. So this would be something either, at the end of the day, I think there's only two options if they're drones. One is they are foreign adversarial drones, which I don't think that's a possibility, because you have to recover these things, you have to maintain them, then you have to deploy them again. Logistically, I just don't buy it. It'd be way too difficult. The other option is that there are drones, if there are drones, and there's two reasons that they could be being used. One is you have a significant threat situation. Think of a broken arrow situation where there is some sort of WMD, whether radiological, chemical, or even biological, that has somehow been nefariously placed here in the continental United States or around sensitive military installations. So what would our response be? Typically, in the old days, we'd fly up a couple helicopters, but there's a response time there, and frankly, helicopters are limited in what they can do. It's much easier to send up 5 drones. You can have something geotagged. If there's for example, something coming into your perimeter, these things can automatically launch and do what you need them to do. So in this case, you could imagine our drones being used by the Department of Energy, maybe loaned out by the Department of Defense or the DHS or someone else, maybe a government contractor, with sniffers, with the electronic capability to detect trace amounts of radiation or biological or chemical weapons. And that's a scenario that would certainly make sense. The problem is you're not seeing the typical reaction you would see from the special operations world. Folks like JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, and SOCOM, tier 1 organizations that would definitely be ready to go and be on some sort of retrieval basis should they find something.
That's an important cover point. So I ran down that road because the New Jersey report that something was missing, and got this entire education and how often this happens, how insignificant this medical rod is or whatever it is, and how they get stolen or misplaced. And just because we say radioactive doesn't mean what I would think it would mean from the movies or whatever. And the point that you're making now, which is you wouldn't be using just drones. You wouldn't be doing it at night. You would be all out and having all kinds of ground and interactivity within law enforcement if they were looking for something like a WMD or something like that. And I haven't had anybody give me any reason to believe that that's what this is that's good. They can't tell me what it is in the alternative, but they say, look, I work on this kind of stuff about tracking nukes and stuff, and this is not what it would look like.
Yeah, so you would have folks from the National Counterproliferation Center, NCPC, folks from NCTC, National Counterterrorism Center. Everybody would be up in arms on this thing and would be trying to find whatever this is, if that was a scenario. So I tend to agree with you. There's another scenario here that has been brought up and frankly can't be dismissed as remote as a possibility as this may be, in the words of Sherlock Holmes. Once you have done the deductive reasoning and you have eliminated all other possibilities, what you have left over has to be it. Now, this is simply a speculation based upon what some of the data is suggesting, so I just want to make sure I caveat that. But there are some people who are saying that these drones are silent, that some of these drones are significantly much bigger than an SUV, and that the lights that they see, the strobe lights, they are not in the same frequency or order or even color as common navigational lights that you would expect, let's say, on a Cessna 172 or a helicopter, police helicopter. And so what I've been told by some, and again, this is, let me caveat here, this is complete speculation. I cannot say this is happening or not, but there are some people who have reported that these things are coming out of the water and they're zipping off away at fantastical speeds. If that's the case, what we may have here is a confused public. We might have some people reporting true UAP events, followed by a Department of Defense response by launching drones to go ahead and try to find these UAPs. In the old days, when you had a sensitive military installation or a Department of Energy facility and you had an incursion across a perimeter, you would usually send up a helicopter. But that requires having to wake up a pilot and starting the helo and getting it started and flying it. Now we have the technology to literally geofence a facility, and if something comes across, automatically these drones deploy to their pre-planned coordinates and start doing the racetrack mapping back and forth. Which some of these drones appear to be doing. They just kind of go back in this lazy racetrack, back and forth, scanning for something. There is some anecdotal videos. They'd have to be analyzed to see if they're legit or not. But some of these show traditional drones trying to intercept, some of the videos now online, intercept some of these lights. And they wind up getting shut down and falling out of the sky. And meanwhile, the big set of lights just kind of disappears, has been reported by some law enforcement. Still too early right now to speculate if that's the case. It's certainly an option. Then there's also some other options that if for some reason some government contractor is trying to get some attention on how effective their drones are, I guess they could, in contravention of the law and violating local laws and federal laws, do a show of force, demonstrate the capabilities of these drones. Let's not forget, Chris, drones are very serious business right now. We a lot of our neighbors' kids have them, and they fly them around. But the reality is all you have to do is look at Ukraine right now and look how these things are being weaponized. And they're being weaponized to a great effect. Can you imagine if that was happening over here? And this is, I think, my issue with the current administration. What if some non-state actor decided to take these drones, put a bunch of chemicals and crap on them, fly them over populated U.S. areas, and now our administration is saying, well, we don't know what they are, we don't know where they're from, we don't know who's flying them, but don't worry, take it from us, they're no threat. That doesn't work. I don't understand that logic. You know, you go to an airport or a train station today, and all you hear is, if you see something, say something. And yet when it comes to these drones or UAP, it's kind of the reverse. It's kind of the opposite perspective.
I think you guys have a culture of denying information that either you don't want people to have or that you don't have complete control and understanding of. I think they are equally threatening to people in power within government. So I think that I've been slow. Well, that's not true. Last night I dropped the hammer on the administration, but that's only because I got to deal with all this social media bullshit now because of the vacuum they created. And, you know, I'm not, I don't criticize people for using their platform the way they want. Like, you know, Joe Rogan is a comic and a conversationalist. He is an expert in nothing outside of UFC, as far as I can tell, and he doesn't claim to be. But when he says, oh, this guy makes sense, this drone guy who's putting out this nukes thing that, you know, he doesn't know anything about, and his big thing is that, well, this guy I'm talking to, Luis, he had his hands on one of these drones that had nuclear capability. He had his hands on it. I don't know why anybody who knows anything would want their hands on anything like that. But, you know, and now you get 10, 15 million people watching this guy's video. I don't blame Joe Rogan. I blame the government because Joe's doing what he does, you know, which is playing with dumb shit sometimes.
Chris, you're 100% right. And here's the problem we have with this administration. Politics aside, okay, and let me be clear here, because I don't pick a side. When I was serving our presidents, I served a lot of presidents, both liberal and conservative and everything in between. So I tend to try to publicly anyways be apolitical. And we're seeing that bipartisanship, by the way, in Congress now on this topic like never before. Who would have thought, right, of all topics, this topic, UAP and drones. But the reality is that this administration has done horrible at strategic communication. And what they've done is actually done the opposite than creating comfort for the American public. They've created more distrust, because what they are saying is the exact opposite of what people are actually seeing and reporting, to include law officials and people in Congress and lawmakers, right? Senior military officials. I've got videos of these things hovering over Andrews Air Force Base, Langley Air Force Base, right? Stop telling people these are legal drones. No, they're not. That's where the president of the United States keeps his airplane, is at Andrews, right? And so, at this point, I almost trust the public relations folks of Chuck E. Cheese more than I do right now of the White House.
Well, why would they have to have a classified briefing, actually multiple ones, if there is nothing to really discuss? They've had two now. The only legit answer, and then obviously you add to it, is that if the detection technologies that they're using to come up with their analyses are classified, then they would have a classified briefing, not to share discoveries, but that their methodology is stuff they don't want people to know.
That, and they might share some threat reporting, classified threat reporting that we get on a regular continuing basis. And so what they might say is, look, we had threats over here and here and here, but we don't think this is the case for this reason or that reason. There are certain aspects in a briefing that if you want to give background, you do have to give some classified information. But I don't think it's necessary in this case, unless you're going to be revealing a very classified or sensitive capability, which, okay, that's fine, but you probably don't need to if this is just a drone issue, which, again, my concern is the administration is not being forthcoming. In fact, John Kirby again doubled down last night. I to my disbelief, I couldn't believe it. Here's a former Navy admiral. And I got to think to myself, are you guys really sitting around the table and saying, yeah, this is going to be the best thing to put out strategically and communicate to the American people that this is all just misidentified stars? Give me a break. I mean, how old, how unsophisticated do you think the American public is? There's an old Bob Marley saying, you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And that's the message I think that this National Security Council and the Pentagon need to remember.
Why Jersey?
Well, Jersey's got a lot of sensitive infrastructure there. Jersey is actually, people say, well, why Jersey and not New York or even Washington, D.C.? Well, we have seen it in Virginia.
We've been getting sightings all across the country. But this concentration in Jersey, I have two producers who live there. They haven't had to leave their house in the last week and a half to do their job.
Yeah, but you have places like Picatinny Arsenal that do some very interesting work for the U.S. government. You do have some sensitive government installations, both from the Department of Energy perspective and the Department of Defense. And it's along the eastern seaboard. You have several major airports in the area that are some of the biggest ones in the East Coast. And then you have some, I'll be careful what I say here, but some communication nodes that are very important for our infrastructure, critical infrastructure protection. So there's a lot. Jersey is a plus they call you guys what, the Garden State for a reason, right? Aren't you something like 70% forest? So hey, there's a lot of places to hide if you want to conduct drone activities in an anonymous fashion. One could simply say, okay, well, let's launch these out of the forest here where no one's paying attention to, fly it 5 miles and do our work and bring it back.
Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Shopify. Listen, my friends, success in selling comes from a business and how often that business behind the business gets it done for that business. What does that mean? It means that you need people to help you get your wares where you need them to be. They work with Untuck It. They work with Death Wish Coffee. So when you think about a business that sells through the roof, like Aloe, Allbirds, Skims, they must have a great team. Yeah, what they have is the business behind them known as Shopify. My brothers and sisters, upgrade your business and get the same checkout that Untuck It uses. Sign up for your $1 a month trial period at Shopify.com/Chris C. All lowercase, if you please, Chris C. Go to Shopify.com/Chris C. Upgrade your selling today. Where? Shopify.com/Chris C. Support for the Chris Cuomo project comes from Cozy
shit.
Earth. That's many online, but
say that fortunately not.
start taking and that they're just flying. These hobbyists are now part of a subculture as far as they're concerned, and that they're just flying their shit at night now because everybody is.
Yeah, there's certainly a possibility. There are a lot of copycats. We see it all the time. There was, unfortunately, not to change tracks here, but we just saw with a horrible school shooting. And if you look at some of the manifesto, the individual, I'm not going to even say the person's name, but they credit other school shootings as a motivation for this particular school shooting that just happened. So you're right. There's a lot of psychologically unstable people out there, a lot of vulnerable people that are looking for attention, or in some cases maybe feel they're doing the right thing. Maybe they're challenging the government. Maybe this is their way of protesting one thing or another, and flying drones in the face of the U.S. government.
So let's talk about that. Let's put your intelligence, let's put your intel counter intel hat on for a second. And let's unpack two different aspects. One is, what is your read on what is becoming of social media in terms of
Chris, you don't want my opinion on that. Let me tell you, as bad as it may be for you, I get shredded and ripped apart every single day. I'll tell you, this is the
Luis,
truth.
I would never compare us in any way, but if you want to go down the road of who gets more shit on social media, brother, you
Chris,
do not want to be picking this fight with your boy
I was
right
put
now.
on the ISIS Al-Qaeda kill list in 2014 because of my work in counterterrorism in Guantanamo Bay. I've had more death threats against me now by people in the UFO community than I ever did by ISIS or Al-Qaeda. It's the reason why I live in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, and I have 6 German Shepherds. I'm not kidding you. It's unreal. I mean, I laugh about it now, but I'm still looking over my shoulder, right? If I were to tilt my screen up, you would see a lot of things hanging on the wall that, some people might
I
not.
moved to. I live in a much more remote place now also. I have stupid security also. I do not have 6 German Shepherds. I wish I did. I have 3 rescue mutts that just make a lot of noise. But on social media, and this is the part that I need your noodle on, it's not just that there's no truth. It's not that there's no science. It's not that there's misinformation. There is a collect, and I know that social media is not the majority of the country, let alone the world. I get it. I get all of that. Okay. I stipulate to all of it. But the media and the power players increasingly do use social media as vox populi. So we are magnifying this minority. There is a force multiplier in effect on social media. So it is relevant. And that's why Joe Rogan is relevant, even though he didn't ask to be. When I look at social media, it seems that every alternative to reality is equally saleable to the people on there now. So if it's the assassin of the CEO, they're as open to the idea that he's a good guy as that he's a bad guy. And I think that if we get, I can't believe I put an if on it. That's how old I am. The Hamas is getting the benefit of the doubt from people on social media, which I would have never conceived of. Russia.
Chris, I'll tell you what, our guys uncover, you're not going to believe this. Speaking of, and I can put you right with the right guys if you ever want to do a story on it. Something as simple as Wikipedia, right? You would think that would be fair and unbiased. Turns out there's a group of individuals, they call themselves the guerrilla skeptics of Wikipedia. And what they do is they hijack people's Wikipedia pages because they're senior editors, but they hide their names. And so, like for me, for example, they completely wrote totally biased crap about me, called me a conspiracy theorist. I've never been a conspiracy theorist. I'm a man of science, for God's sakes, right? And it took me almost 9 months just to change my birthplace because they insisted I was born in Miami, Florida, even though I had a birth certificate. And then to come to find out that some of these people are being paid by other individuals who have an interest in a narrative. And so they're hijacking people's wiki pages. Anybody who believes in something that they don't agree with, they will go ahead and turn it in a very negative way. And this goes to the greater issue of propaganda that you're talking about and social media, because most people on social media, the silent majority, are mostly good, honest Americans. They just want to pay their bills. They want to learn something, say hi to grandma, something like that. You have a loud minority that has learned how to weaponize social media, because what social media does, it democratizes the media landscape. So now anybody has a voice. And if anybody has a voice, everybody has a voice. And it's very hard then to determine when you see something cross your X feed or anything like that, or Instagram. Are you looking at something real? Are you looking at something fake? Are you looking at a deep fake? Are you looking at something that's politically biased? What is the motivation? Is it driven by clicks and likes and money? I think that's the dangers of social media, Chris, because it does not allow for a fair back and forth.
Yeah, I feel like, let's say a God forbid happens, okay? And the government says this is who we said did it. I feel like you are going to have people who either support whoever did it, will deny that that's who did it, and all of this other bullshit for clicks and likes.
Yeah, or justify it, right?
Yes.
Look at I watched your segment not too long ago, a couple days ago, when you were interviewing an attorney for that individual who assassinated the healthcare CEO, and it was amazing the amount of vitriol that I saw online of people saying that, oh, this guy deserved it. Now, wait a minute, you don't have to agree with what this person did, but murdering somebody on the streets of New York in cold blood, that is never acceptable. I don't care who you are or what type of beef you have with insurance companies. That's never acceptable. That and violence, and this is the problem with social media, because a lot of people are very animated. They're very emotional, and a lot of times they don't realize what they're saying until they say it, and it causes a lot of division, unfortunately. And people like you and me are target of it all the time.
Mike Tyson, the worldly philosopher that he is, really got it right. And I hate to keep quoting him because people beat me up for it, but I don't care. As long as Mike Tyson's not beating me up, I don't care who it is. He said, social media has made people forget that sometimes what you say can get you punched in the face.
That's
and
right.
I think that there is a benefit to that. People are able to speak their truth, but that's not what's happening. And
they're not being held accountable, right? They're speaking what they want to speak, but there's no accountability.
That's right.
And they're getting a free pass every time under freedom of speech, and it's not.
And it's not even their name. And there is a fundamental misunderstanding about the First Amendment in this country anyway, but anytime you explain it, people think you're trying to limit it. One, it only applies to government regulation. Second, it was never designed so that people could say the worst untrue shit that they could.
That's right. It's called libel and slander.
Yeah,
That's
and
right.
get away with it. And, even the case law, it's interesting. Our culture is getting more and more repressive, in my opinion, but the jurisprudence on this issue has gotten more and more expansive. I don't know what will happen with this new court under Trump, but I think that his picking on what he wants to call censorship, I think will probably keep the expansion going. But there used to be, for instance, fighting words. I came up to Luis Elizondo, and let's be honest, there's only one reason they're saying you come from Miami. It's because of your name, right? They're thinking that like you're like some cocaine cowboy or something. So so if I used to come up to you and make fun of your mother and you punched me in the face, the police would process the case and say, well, you insulted his mother. Those are fighting words. That doesn't exist anymore. You can't say fire in a crowded theater. Sure you can. Depends on the context. It's become
actually,
more
it's funny
expensive.
you say that, Chris, because there are limitations, but now it's based upon people's feelings. Okay, so here's what's more scary.
But that's social, not legal.
That's right. There's things that I can, but there's also things that people look. I'll be the first to tell you, I'm Latino. But I think people should have the right. If you think that there's something wrong or you want to call me a lousy XYZ, you should have the right to do it. I went to war so you would have the individual right and freedom to call me an asshole. I'm okay with that. Just because it hurts my feelings doesn't mean that your freedom of speech stops at my freedom of feelings. And I think this is where part of the problem is, because a lot of the things that should be fighting words, that were at one point say, hey, listen, there's consequences for what you're saying, are now okay. But then other observations, if I don't use, and again, this is not political, but if I use the wrong pronoun by mistake with somebody,
You got a problem.
they're gonna shame me for
Cancel
it. And they're
culture is a new thing that is social media, crowdsourced consequences. It is an offsetting thing.
Victimization is now a virtue.
Yes.
I don't know when that happened, but victimization is now a virtue.
Yes. And I think, look, all of this, people, you know, are listening and watching this. Oh, this is really interesting. What does it have to do with drones? It's all part of the matrix of understanding of this issue. People see things. Some of it is doctored, like that stupid drone on the LIE or wherever it was that they said was like a Predator drone that had crashed. It's fake, but the fakes look so good now. So that's kind of tempting. And there is something empowering, if not even satisfying and even cool, about saying the government's lying. And all institutional things suck. So these people celebrating the kid whose family made all the money off healthcare, and then he assassinates the healthcare CEO. I don't even think they're anti-healthcare. I don't even think most of the young people I see on TikTok that are going after it are paying their own health insurance yet. I think most of them are still on their parents' plans. I think it's just anti-capitalism, anti-corporate, which
That's
is
correct.
another
And some
thing
of that
that's being
comes from
turbocharged.
institutionalism within the academic world. Unfortunately, look, academia should always be free, and you're always trying to push the boundaries and getting young people to learn how to think. The problem is academia now is trying to teach people what to think, and there's a difference.
Yes.
Right. So you now have an education system that's really doing more than that. It's sensitizing and socializing ideas and principles, but they tend to be very biased, one-sided. And if you disagree with those, you are labeled. You're labeled something. You're given an actual label. You're either anti this or anti that or whatever.
Right.
Or in my case, an individual who chases down conspiracies, right? A conspiracy theorist. And they use that label against me a lot and some other ones. I think you're right. I think part of the drone issue is that social media, and ultimately, let's really be honest here. The real issue is that the government, our White House, isn't being transparent enough. And so people are able to write whatever the hell they want to write and say what they want to say, because the government isn't doing them any help by just remaining quiet and dismissing these all as manned aircraft that are legally operating in controlled U.S. airspace. And that fuels the fire. We already have a problem with social media, and in the absence of information, you'll fill that with whatever, as you said, with whatever information you have available to you. And that's what's happening with social media. And the White House, the government, our administration isn't doing they're not recognizing that and doing anything to try to solve that issue by providing relevant information to the people. If you're going to give Congress a classified briefing, why the hell wouldn't you give the American people an unclassified briefing? That makes no sense.
I have people who've been in these meetings who are going to talk to us and tell us, basically what they're hearing without violating anything that'll get them in trouble. But, I do believe that every one of these scenarios we're coming up against these days is affected by social media perversion. And look, what's going to happen with the drones, in my opinion, is one of them is going to crash into something intentionally or unintentionally and do damage and kill somebody. And then there will be this completely exaggerated reaction formation against drones that makes it sound like they're all missiles. And there's going to be this huge wave of anti-drone legislation and all this other stuff, which is going to be just as silly as what we're dealing with right now. But I do think it's a good lens into why are people anti-vax? Why do people believe that COVID was a setup? Why do they not believe any government investigation of anything to do with Trump?
Lack of transparency.
Yes.
Lack of transparency.
And two other factors. One is generationally, there's a shift. Our generation, Gen X guys, there was right and there was wrong, and there was a price for the difference between the two.
Yeah, there were consequences. I remember those days.
Now, you can fuck around about anything. And there is an offsay, so nothing is worth taking seriously. You can mock and degrade anything you want, but at the same time, everyone's a victim. And
this guy sucks, dude. He's ruining my fucking stream. I thought they were going to be talking about some good shit. This is killing my stream. I'm trying to make a fucking circle here. It's not really working. I gotta extend that side. Make this wider here. It's coming. I'm kind of improvising it to the space surrounding it. Because I don't, you know, it's not supposed to block. Like, there's supposed to be a walkway through here. I guess that's wide enough. It's kind of... like, maybe I could bring it down. Something's wrong. I'll take a look. We'll get it. Here, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit on this thing.
That is a real equal to yours. One of my big dogs has finally had enough of the little dog.
Gary Nolan and no social media itself, they've weaponized rhetoric, and if you try to come back and defend yourself, you are now looked as being the bully. And
Yes.
so what I've done on social media now, a friend of mine was saying to me, other that will have
thought, not like the phone. Why do they do that? You think they're trying to make us weak, or they have different regulations for their own?
I don't know. Maybe maybe it's a matter of free speech principles. Maybe it's a matter of trying to do social engineering. I don't know. But China doesn't tolerate that. They are very, very careful. Of course, now they have this whole social credit thing too. But long story short is their algorithms are different for TikTok and some of these other platforms, and it tries to encourage positive behavior. I don't know why it's different over here. I couldn't tell you. I'm not an IT expert, but that was told to me by someone very, very credible who I trust implicitly, who works for some of the big IT organizations here in the U.S. And if that's the case, that's problematic, right? Because that's just further putting fuel to the fire.
AG1 is one of my favorite partners. The consistency, the constancy, the routine. I knew all of this Biden fucked it up energy. Do you think there's a chance that the incoming administration Right now, Trump is messing with it just to undermine the current administration, right? But do you think there's a chance that the new administration may see this as an easy win and you know, like kind of completely flip the script and be like, we'll tell you everything we know? Or are guys like you going to come to the new guys and say, we're not saying anything because we don't know. We don't have the capabilities to understand some of this stuff, and we do not want that out there. Don't undermine us.
Great question. Super insightful, Chris. I've never been asked that question before, and remotely in any way like that. So let me see if I can address that a little bit. I can tell you that from firsthand knowledge, there are several individuals that are part of the new administration that are handpicked to be cabinet members that are very, very sympathetic to increased transparency as it deals with national security issues, as it deals with securing the borders, as it deals with drones and UAP. They've said it for the record. If you look at who some of these people are, they've been very vocal about it. And it's not just a few. There's a lot on this new cabinet. And there's a lot in very key positions that I think are going to demand more truth be provided to the American people. Now, with that said, every time more truth comes out, more questions are asked, right? So when you're in administration, you don't really want all the questions being asked if you don't have all the answers yet. But I do think that this administration is motivated for that. Again, let me caveat, politics aside, just because I'm talking that this administration's pro-disclosure, pro-transparency, doesn't mean necessarily they're good at everything else. So let me just caveat that. But from a transparency perspective, look, they've already said they're going to try to release all the JFK files. I think that's a good thing. Hell, they're 70 years old, right? Anybody who's part of that was probably dead by now. Why didn't
Pompeo do it?
That's right.
Why didn't Pompeo do it? I know the answer.
That's right.
So Pompeo was going to do it, right? He was going to be the head of the CIA. He was the head of the CIA. He was going to do it. Trump had promised to do it. And this is where the question comes from. Exactly what I'm suggesting is what happened. Guys from your community, and I'm not saying that they were wrong, said the nature of the truth of how that went down is bad for us. And,
it's embarrassing.
And we don't want that out there because
the problem,
it undermines.
Chris, is that's actually illegal. You can't, if you look at, for example, the Department of Defense, you can look at their policies, start with Executive Order 12333 and work your all the way down to DOD 5240.1. And you'll notice in there that it'll say that you cannot classify information just because something is either inconvenient or it is embarrassing to the U.S. government. It has to be in order to protect sources and methods, right? So classified systems, weapon systems, collection systems, how you collect it and who you collect it from. But you can't just willy-nilly classify crap just because it's embarrassing.
But
and
they do all the time.
We have done that. We've abused that over in Iran-Contra is a perfect example. CIA Black Site, everything that a lot of programs I was part of were abused by the classification system simply because they did not want the truth to come out. I'll give you a perfect example of this, Chris. Why countries keep stuff secret.
You can curse all you want. This is the internet, brother. It's vulgarity is strength.
Yeah, well, kids are going to be listening, and I'm cursing. Sorry if any parents out there. I apologize. Mea culpa. Let me give you a real life example. In the 50s, we had this height of the Cold War, then Soviet Union against the United States, and we had this treaty saying we wouldn't fly manned missions over occupied mainland Russia. And what did? We did exactly that because we were worried about their ICBMs. So Lockheed Skunk Works worked with CIA to develop the U-2 airplane, and this plane was going to fly so fast and so high that the Russians would never even be able to detect it, let alone shoot it down. And for the first few missions, that's exactly what happened. And so we celebrated. That wasn't until the Russians developed the SA-2 surface-to-air missile and successfully shot a U-2 down and paraded Powers, the pilot, and the wreckage in front of the world and the United Nations. And it wasn't until they had a solution for the problem did they ever admit to the world and even their own people that there was a problem, right? They never admitted they were tracking every single one of our flights, but because they didn't have a capability to respond to it and neutralize it, they kept it quiet. They didn't tell anybody. And this is very common practice with governments. Our government does this as well, along with all the other governments out there.
It's just, I think the problem is, and I think I'll I'll stop bothering you for only this one segment because you are a go-to for me on a regular basis. And you're going to be beyond any of this stuff with the new government because we're going to need fair brokers talking about how our institutions are being used, and intelligence is going to be a key one. Nobody wants to be better, Luis. Nobody wants to be better anymore. The seeking of advantage has overwhelmed. And the easiest way for me to get more resonance, relevance, or even revenue than Luis Elizondo is to shit talk him. And look, we even see it at the highest levels.
Absolutely.
I don't punish people for voting for Donald Trump. I understand it. I have a lot of people whom I love, okay, like my people, mi gente, that are in the family that I have chosen, who vote for Trump. And I'll tell you right now, none is a bigot, and several are people of color. But one of the appeals right now, or part of the appeal, is he messes with everything the way people on the internet do. He's not looking to be better. He is saying, you all suck, and you suck at everything, and this is wrong, and that's bad. And it works. It's effective. But that's all we're about these days. So even with the drones, government, you suck. I did it last night. You suck. You're not being transparent. You know, this is what you get. Now everybody's going to fill in the gaps with all these stupid ideas. Right. This is on you. But who's going to be better? And who's going to step up and say, I'm going to do this in a better way? Now celebrate me for it. Now give me put some respect on my name for being better. I told you the truth. Now you don't like it, but respect what I'm doing. We don't reward better, to your point about the TikTok algorithm.
And we don't hold people responsible either. When I would submit to you now, again, politics aside, because people don't know what my politics are. Like I said, I've worked for all presidents, and I ran a White House SAP for Obama. That's what I did for the National Security Council. But I look at things from very matter-of-fact sort of way. I would say to you now that the Trump administration I would be scared to death if I was a Trump administration, because now I have a responsibility to deliver on every promise I made, right? And there's no excuse, because you don't have to go up for re-election. You've got 4 years, baby. That's it, right? So you have to deliver. You said you were going to do some things before. You don't get that by anymore. Now you have to, because there's an expectation by the American public that you're going to do this, right? And so that is accountability is a big thing. The other thing you said is people wanting to take more than they give back. And that is something, you're right, our generation, Gen X, we're always, selfless service and always try to make the world a little better than you found it. Now it's, what can I get out of it? Yep. What's my angle? Where's my advantage? And I want some of that. And I think that's problematic. I'll share with you, Chris, a quick story. My father passed away 2 years ago on Father's Day, and he was an incredible guy. He was a revolutionary, Bay of Pigs survivor. He was a prisoner of war, fought with Castro against Batista. Then when he went communist, my father worked with the CIA and tried to overthrow him in Bay of Pigs. Long story short, I asked my father, I knew he was dying about a month before, and he never told me, but I could tell with my medical background. And so we had a chance to drive across country, and I said, Dad, and I kind of feel bad about it, because Chris, I said it flippantly, and not even trying. I guess I was just trying to fill in the uncomfortable quiet of the drive. But I said, Dad, what do you think is the greatest threat to humanity? And he looked to me, and I'm thinking, is it maybe a national pandemic, terrorism, whatever? And he looks at me, and says, Son, it's corruption. And I looked at him kind of quizzically. I said, corruption, like financial corruption, like religious corruption? He said, no, son. Corruption is the act of trading away one of your core values in exchange for something else. And whether it's religious corruption, financial corruption, governmental corruption. And once you do that, especially in the government, you begin very quickly chipping away, eroding away the very foundations of democracy. And when that happens, it's a very slippery slope, a very quick descent from democracy to tyranny. And it's something that my father knew a lot about, actually, experiencing it firsthand. And that is what, if we're not careful with, if we do not take an active approach and interest in our government and our governmental affairs and who's in charge and what decisions are they making, and that includes Congress, then we can expect the same. People wonder, well, how do we get here to where we are? Well, they say, bad politicians are voted in by good people who don't vote. get your ass up and vote. And by the way, learn the issues ahead of time, right? Don't just go, well, my dad was a Republican, so I'm going to be a Republican, or my mom was a Democrat, so I'm a Democrat. No, think for yourself. Look at the issues. What are the issues that mean something to you? And try to look at it from both perspectives. What are both sides saying about the argument? We forgot about this critical thinking skill that we used to have. We don't do it anymore. I listen to a soundbite, a 5-minute soundbite in the media, tends to be an echo chamber. No disrespect to you, by the way, Chris. Just I'm saying in general, media. Most people tune into the media platforms that they like because either they like the host or they like the material. Right. And so it can be an echo chamber in there. And that's why I think doing what you're doing now is really helpful, because you have a good way of bringing both sides. Yes, you have your perspective, but you're also willing to listen to other people's perspectives. And that's rare in today's media world. It really is uncommon.
That's because they get punished. So at CNN, I remember when this phrase became developed. It wasn't developed by CNN, but I remember I was at CNN when I started hearing it, that people should be deplatformed. Why did you give Luis a platform? And I had never considered that before in the media. There was a kind of a bright line, right? Which is, well, this guy's a Nazi, so he's not coming on here. Nobody's coming on to tell me that one group of people is less than another, unless they have been voted into power or someone in power is backing them. Then I would just bring them on long enough to remind people what a piece of shit they are and then throw them off. But other than that, it was always like, well, Elizondo is a player in this. And my job is to get players and have conversations with them or hold them, test power. And it's not about whether I like Elizondo or not. It's he's in charge of this. And that was always the standard. Now it's not the standard. Now there's a new standard within the media, which is making it more like social media than what it should be, which is playing to preference.
Right.
And why do you have Corey Lewandowski on? Or why do you have Joe Manchin on? He turned on the Democrat. Whatever their preference is, they don't even want to see these people. So what you're asking them to do is the opposite of what they wanted. Critical think. Be open to what? You're like asking me, I want caviar, and you're asking me to sample a shit sandwich. No thanks. And they don't even look anywhere else anymore. So what I get now, back to where we started about who deserves more of a chip on their shoulder about social media, I will one night have been red-pilled, which I didn't even know what that meant. I thought that meant that you went Republican, but now I understand it's a Matrix reference.
Right, it's a reference to a movie.
One is reality, one is a Matrix. So I have been red-pilled, but then I can the next night, or even within the same show, be a Democrat shill.
Yeah.
And that is the silo effect. And again, it comes down to the same thing we're struggling with these drones. Who will be better? Who will come out and say, look, here's what we know, here's what we don't know. And I know people get scared when we say we don't know.
America can handle it. Tell them, look, if you don't know, you don't know, and that's okay. But don't fabricate, because you lose credibility. And look, organizations, institutions, religions, government, they only work because there's a social contract that you and I and others agree that that body has authority and can make decrees on our behalf.
Yes.
But that look, that is only because we all agree to that. When that contract begins to be called into question, bad things happen, right? And governments become destabilized. And so it is inherent upon the White House to always make sure it is being open and honest with the American people. And when it can't, at least give a reason why. Say, listen, we're not going to lie to you. We're just not going to tell you everything, because there's things going on from a national security perspective. We don't want to go ahead and interfere with an ongoing operation that's very important, blah, blah, blah. We'll explain it to you later. You'll get it. That type of conversation, I think, would resonate. People may not like the answer, but at least it's a truthful answer, and you can't get mad at an administration for doing that. And that's on both sides. I'm not just picking on the Biden administration. Right. I've seen this since I first got into government service. I saw the politics at the Army level. I saw it at the DOD level. I saw it at the CIA level, and then I saw it at the National Security Council level. And it's just that mindset has permeated for some reason. And I guess at the end of the day is people don't want to tell the boss they don't know.
That's right.
And
there are too many people who are looking to take you down any way they can, and everybody plays scared now. You know, the one guy who really doesn't wound up distinguishing himself, which is Trump. And he's backing people that no other guy would be allowed to back. That's why they don't pick wacky picks. It's not because they haven't thought about picking wacky people. It's that you can't defend them because the media and the insiders will crush you. He is freed from that. We'll see what he does with it. To your point, he's got 4 years. We'll see what he does. But what's more important is what we do. And you and I are on the same page. Every time there's a need to discuss what is and what is not being said on this issue or other issues of national interest where intelligence and information is involved, you're one of my first calls, and I appreciate you for it.
Chris, I appreciate that. Listen, my colleague Chris Mellon really respects the hell out of you. And by the way, that's a person. There's 5 people. You know, I can count on this hand that if they told me to put my boots on and go to war at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'd do it. And Chris Mellon's one of them, and he respects the hell out of you. Please keep doing what you're doing. I speak to a lot of people on both sides and in the middle, and I got to tell you, I really appreciate your platform. I really like the way you do it. You know, you give everybody a voice, and you just don't see that in media anymore.
I appreciate you. Thank you for helping me do it. Say hello to Chris. Chris likes me because I'm always happy to admit that I don't know what he's talking about. And that,
well,
and
he's
that I'm bringing
definitely
him
in a different orbit. You know, that guy, intellectually speaking.
People in my position, like anchors, think like they have to know everything, and I kind of come at it the opposite way. That's why I always call you guys the better minds. It's like, you know, I'm not an intelligence official, so let's bring him in. I don't know this stuff the way Mellon does it. Bring him in. Let's hear what he says. I know what questions to ask, but you know, you got to have people who know things better if you want to help elevate your audience. And that's what we're all about. Thank you for helping me do that, Luis. I wish you the best for Christmas, and we'll be in touch.
Honor and privilege as always, Chris. Take care.
All right. God bless and thank you.
You got it, Chris. Take care anytime, buddy.
Oy vey. It's not what I was hoping for. I'm just burying all these blocks of iron. What, they're just underneath here. We need maybe not this one. Wood, maybe? Let's go on something else. Let's just get into it. Let's end on this one.
Why are we here? I think this talk, we want to kind of accomplish two aims. One is talking about how UFOs are real. They're real phenomena. They're a real thing. But I think that's somewhat passé and conventional at this point. Over 50% of the American population at this point probably believes in the existence of UFOs. We're at Hereticon. So I think the real heresy here would be actually linking UFOs as a modern observable scientific phenomena with past religious phenomena. So angels and demons would be kind of the popular nomenclature of the past. Is what we're experiencing today what we've experienced in the past? And so is religion actually real? You know, the Latin root of religion is religare, which means to relink. And it's our belief on this panel that through observing UFOs, we can relink ourselves with, kind of a past epistemology that we've always had, and that modernity is actually somewhat of an aberration from that epistemology. So I have two amazing guests to discuss this with me. First, I have Diana Walsh-Pasulka. She is a classicist and religious studies professor who specializes in Catholic history. She wrote a great book in 2014 called Heaven Can Wait, about the Catholic concept of purgatory. And then, very interestingly, she followed that up with two books on UFO phenomena as kind of a meta-religious modern phenomena. In 2018, she wrote an amazing book called American Cosmic, which is like the modern ufology Bible. I highly recommend you read it. And in 2023, she wrote a great book called Encounters. And she, in her own right, is somewhat of a, kind of a mystic and truth seeker. And so very honored to have her. We also have Colonel Carl Nell on stage. Very excited to have him. He's a very polymathic thinker. And it's always hard to present him because his CV is very long and impressive. But he worked at aerospace companies like Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman. He's commanded every level of the Army to brigade. He helped set up Army Futures Command, so he ran a lot of tech modernization efforts for the Army. And probably most relevant for this talk, he was the Army representative for the UAP, or Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Task Force, which basically was directed to look into UAP, UFOs, I'll use those interchangeably, and their existence and reality. And so, he's privy to a lot of classified information, but here he'll be talking about the non-classified information. And I want to start with you, Carl, to, a lay audience, how would you convince them that UFOs are real? Because this whole talk is kind of, predicated on that fact.
Well, thank you, Jesse. It's a pleasure to be here and great to be here with Diana, and really excited about this event. So, yeah, we actually looked into this area, and so we're probably privy to a lot of information that's not publicly available. So, how can the rest of the folks out there maybe have some confidence that, there's some reality to this subject? So there's sort of three lines of evidence that you can look at. There's the first principles, there's sort of testimonial from people that are in positions to know, and then there's the data. So, like, if we're going to kind of run through those from first principles, the going in position is probably the laws of physics are the same here that they are everywhere else. And undoubtedly there's some exceptions, but in general, that's pretty much accepted by everybody. And so if you look at how quickly life evolved on our planet, the argument that's usually made is that life is uncommon and that faster than light travel is not possible. And both of these things really have no evidence for them. It's the exact opposite. So, for instance, there are blue-green algae fossilized in stromatolites from 3.5 billion years ago. And recent scholarship has indicated that life may have evolved even earlier, 4.1 billion years ago. So the Earth itself is 5 billion years old. The crust has not even cooled by 4.1 billion years ago. So there's evidence that life evolved on Earth at the earliest possible time, even earlier than would be reasonably suspected. There's microbes that can live in outer space that we've determined are viable. And recently, as of maybe a month ago, people had identified microbes that were in stasis in 2 billion year old terrestrial rock that were brought back to life. So in essence, life is either evolving very quickly or some sort of panspermia situations going on. That's what all the evidence sort of suggests. If you look at the sun's what's called a population 1 star. There's 20 billion population 1 stars in the galaxy. The sun is like a relatively young population one star. There's stars that are like the sun that are 5 billion years older than the sun. So that's like a massive amount of time for other civilizations to potentially evolve on these other planets, and just statistically. So then you look at like faster than light travel, like can they get here? You don't even need that assumption, but Miguel Alcubierre, a Mexican postgraduate student, University of Mexico, in 1994, solved Einstein's equations for an effective faster than light mechanism. NASA's looked into this. There's no dispute that the solution is a valid solution. So it requires this thing called negative energy to work. Well, negative energy is a component of quantum mechanics. The Casimir effect, which was known in the 60s and demonstrated in the 90s, is evidence for the existence of negative energy. The expansion of the universe, which we've recently determined is accelerating, is due to something called dark energy. Dark energy is negative energy. So we've got an effective solution for Einstein's equations that requires negative energy, and we know negative energy exists. This isn't an engineering solution, but it is a theoretical solution. So it's very much disingenuous to suggest that life is uncommon and faster than light travel is possible. Both of those are false. So that's sort of the first principles argument once you kind of put that into the context of all the other evidence. So let's look at testimonial. Now, testimonial isn't hard scientific factual data, but then you've got to explain why people such as Barack Obama, Donald Trump all say that UFOs are real. They're in a position to have been briefed on this. You can look at the Admiral of the Fleet, Lord Hill Norton of the United Kingdom, former Minister of Defense Staff, has basically said UFOs are real. You can look at Chaim Eshed, the father of the Israeli space program, that says non-human intelligence is real. You can look at Paul Hellyer, the former Minister of Defense for Canada, has said non-human intelligence is real. You can look at Chris Mellon, who's the first Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, for the progenitor for the Undersecretary for Intel and Security, has come out and said UFOs are real. You can look at David Grush, who just testified last year before the House Committee on Oversight to the effect that there is a government program looking into UFOs because they're real. And he was accompanied by 2 naval aviators that said the same thing. You can look at Lou Elizondo, who's a very famous UAP whistleblower. So, and there's many more of these. So that's sort of like the testimonial evidence. In fact, you can look at the legislation that was just submitted by Senator Schumer and Senator Rounds, and as well as Senator Rubio and Senator Gillibrand and several other of their colleagues last year that basically said we need to look into this. The Congress is not being told the truth, and there's evidence that the government knows more than what they're saying about this topic. In fact, Senator Rounds and Senator Schumer had a colloquy to discuss this very topic and intended to reintroduce that legislation. And so then you can look at the data. We've got videos, what they call colloquially the FLIR, the gimbal, the go fast video, that show unidentified flying objects that the Pentagon has asserted are not ours and are not our adversaries. And they date from events that happened in 2004 and 2015. You can look at the experience of Gordon Cooper, one of America's first Mercury 7 astronauts who chased UFOs in 1951 over West Germany, and had testified before the United Nations in 1979 to that fact. You can look at the incursions over the northern U.S. Ballistic Missile Early Warning System in the 70s, where radars were picking up UFOs. And then you can look at, in the 1960s, the readiness status change of our ICBMs at Malmstrom Air Force Base, where missiles were taken offline. And then in the Soviet Union, an analogous thing where missiles were brought online, and there are FOIA documents and testimony to the reality of that. There's an agreement between the former Soviet Union and the United States that's still in force, intending to reduce the threat of nuclear war, where there's a stipulation that either side will notify the other if UFOs impact their missile early warning systems. So people say, well, if this is real, like, why don't they just land on the White House lawn? Well, in 1952, the radar visual sightings over Washington, D.C. for 2 weekends, including air-to-air intercepts, that precipitated the largest press conference since World War II up to that time. And so people say, well, okay, why don't they just land in the middle of the day? And that's happened in 1994 in Rua, Zimbabwe, where craft landed and beings presented themselves to elementary school age children in the middle of the day. An almost similar, identical incident happened in 1966 in West Hull, Australia. There's a concerted correlation between UFO or UAP activity and nuclear sites. The Pantac site in Texas and the Hanford plutonium production facility have numerous UFO sightings and correlations. And in fact, this extends to overseas sites. Even the Fukushima incident had correlations. So looking at the evidence both from the standpoint of first principles, from the standpoint of people who would know, and from factual information, it's indisputable that this is a real phenomenon.
And when it comes to UFOs, I think there's this kind of misnomer that this all started in the 40s. It started with the advent of our nuclear program. Diana, you've done some amazing work about how this might comport with things that we've observed in our religious tradition and in history in the past.
Okay, yeah, sure. So first I want to explain a little bit about what we do in my field, which is called religious studies. Religious studies is a discipline that is academic, so we don't advocate for religion. We're not ministers or theologians. We're academics. We use archaeology, history, academic disciplines in order to look at social effects of basically religion. Most of the people in the world are religious. More than 83 to 85% of the world affiliate with some religion. So it's actually important to study religion. I'm not going to advocate for belief in UFOs. I'm going to tell you my story about how I got into this, because I never thought about UFOs. In fact, until 3 years ago, I had not seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And what a great movie that is, by the way. So I'm not going to advocate for belief in UFOs, but what I am going to do is tell you about my entrance into this field, which has ramped up considerably since I started in 2012. So in 2012, I was writing a book called Heaven Can Wait about what in my field we call ascent narratives. All cultures have their own forms of this genre of oral tradition or literature. And what an ascent narrative is basically a person who is either touring the afterlife, like Dante touring hell, purgatory, and then heaven. A pre-Christian ascent narrative would be the allegory of the cave in Plato's Republic, where a person thinks that reality are these shadows on the wall and ascends out of the cave and recognizes that, wow, there's another reality. So this is what I was doing. I was looking at ascent narratives in the Catholic history and Christian history. And I utilized archives. So archives I've been to the Vatican and looked at their various archives. They have many, over 53 miles of shelving of old documents. These are the kinds of things you see in archives, material culture, codexes, things like this. Philadelphia has a wonderful archive. So I looked at archives and I was looking for data about purgatory, which I found. But I also found reports of aerial phenomena by Catholic people from Europe and Canada and the United States from 1200 to 1800. And I thought these were interesting because a lot of times when European Catholics saw something in the sky, they would have a moment of confusion. What is this? What are the things they would see in the sky? So they would see discs, light, orbs. Sometimes they would see things they thought were flying houses, the flying house of Laredo. So these, they would see these aerial phenomena, and I took notes because I'm a researcher and that's what I do. I don't leave data out. So I had this long list of these sightings. Sometimes they would interpret them as souls from purgatory that needed to be prayed away, but they saw these things. And I thought that was interesting, but UFOs never crossed my mind. So I kept a log of these sightings. So I showed a friend of mine and said, what do you think of these reports? And immediately he looked at them and said, they remind me of a Steven Spielberg movie. They look like UFOs. And I thought he was silly. I thought he was silly. I didn't think about it again until I started to publish my information about these events and reports, what now I call angel contact events, generally is what how I refer to them. I started to get inquiries from people at aerospace companies, and not just one. I got a lot. And I was thinking that this was strange because this has never happened to me before when I was writing about Catholic history, but it was this specific thing, which was the angel reports, and they wanted my data, and they were very interested in certain things. They wanted to know, what did the people describe seeing? Did the people describe light? What was the color of the light? What did the objects look like? And most interesting to me, did the people report injuries? Okay, did the people report injuries? Well, yes, actually, they did. But so they wanted my data. I happened to meet one of these people. This was quite an impressive person. I call him pseudonymously in the book that I wrote about this, Tyler. And he had amazing credentials. He worked for our space program. He was the government liaison to Elon Musk for certain missions. And he said that they had acquired debris from UFO crash sites, and that he was reverse engineering these, and they were creating this technology, kind of game-changing technology.
That was in 2016 that I went with people that I had to have as pseudonyms. Okay, so now Gary Nolan has come out, and that's actually a relief to me that he's come out as himself. And the reason why we went was because Tyler, who's still a pseudonym for a person who is a mission controller and works in the Space Force.
So whereas I was looking at these as maybe metaphoric or historical, not necessarily, well, not at all real. That's not what we do in my field. We're not looking at these as real things. All of these very intelligent, credentialed, highly placed people, scientists, were looking at these as if they were real. And so that was shocking to me. Okay. I then looked back at my tradition, at the Catholic tradition, and I looked at some of the most iconic angel contact events, and I began to understand them in a different way. And one that you might know about is the stigmata. So the stigmata happened to Saint Francis of Assisi, arguably the most famous saint of the Catholic Church. Even though you may not be Catholic, you've seen statues of him. If you've gone into gardens, you'll see him. He has usually a bird on his shoulder or something like that. So a very charismatic person living in the 1200s in Europe. And he had an experience of, thankfully they have one of these here, of this seraphim. So if you'll see over here, in the icon of this event is a seraphim, which I thought was really, it actually convinced me to come. I was like, yeah, I'll come and I'll talk about what I've studied and what I know about. So the seraphim is this angel, and it doesn't look like the angels that we typically know about. And, well, if you look at the primary source material of these contact events, it looks like that. And it generally has an eye in the middle of it, and it doesn't injure. I looked at the primary source material for St. Francis of Assisi, and what I found was that when he had this contact with this thing that he described as a seraphim, it came down, there was light, it had an eye, and there are competing primary source reports, but the best report shows that Brother Leo, who's about 15, he's watching, and he sees that, this is how he describes it, that this thing dealt harshly with Francis. Afterwards, Francis was injured, and the tradition determines that these injuries are called the wounds of Christ. What happened was that this was a very hush situation for Francis and Leo. And when they went back to the convent, he tried as best as he could to make Francis comfortable because he was injured. And they didn't tell anybody. Okay, so it was completely quiet. It was a stigma. Okay, it was literally a stigma. And so he eventually died, most likely from these wounds.
And what's so amazing about that story, the burns on St. Francis of Assisi's hands really comport one-to-one with what the CIA is now studying as far as people who've encountered UFOs. So they work with Gary Nolan, who's a microbiologist, Nobel nominee at Stanford, who actually has a foundation dedicated to this. And the CIA came knocking at his door, and they're like, we have this files of people who've had all these anomalous experiences. And they really comport with, it's like he had, electromagnetic radiation. They just didn't really have the words to describe it. But in using the term stigmata and stigma, we bring up this idea of non-disclosure, this idea that power structures kind of institutionally gate reality from us. So is that happening in the modern UFO context as well, Carl?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So, yeah, exactly. So there's sort of 6 principles or reasons for non-disclosure of this information from a government standpoint. The first being national security, like you don't want the adversary to know what you know, and so on. And then, the second reason is sort of lack of a plan. This is so profound and impactful. And as Peter Thiel sort of alluded, there may be technology with unknown ramification, and if you let that out there, it could have a significantly detrimental effect. So you've got this lack of a plan issue. You've got this potential for societal disruption, like the ontological shock that will come from a realization of, angels and aliens. You've got the potential for a covert agreement where people are benefiting from the status quo that is non-public, the potential for misdeeds having occurred and the desire to cover up misdeeds, and the potential just organizational intransigence, lack of a priority that you would expect of any type of bureaucracy. And so this isn't like necessarily theoretical, right? You can look at historical documents. 1953, there's declassified documents. There was a panel called the Robertson Panel at the CIA that basically said the government decides to debunk this topic, to misdirect the public, and to actually infiltrate the organizations that existed at the time, the public organizations that were looking into this. This is absolutely established fact. Nobody disputes this, and the documents are available. People perhaps heard of Project Blue Book, this dozen-year study looking at UFOs by the U.S. Air Force. Air Force wanted to get out of this job. They commissioned a study from the University of Colorado. Ed Condon led the studies, a Manhattan Project alum. He wrote the conclusion of the study before the study was complete, bragged about it. A lot of the scientists on the study defected publicly from the study. The study got published. The content of the study is at odds with the conclusions, but the Air Force canceled Project Blue Book anyway. So this really leads to what I think are sort of 4 heresies that maybe we'd like to talk about in the context of the Hereticon. The first being that non-disclosure of uncomfortable aspects of reality is a universal constant across cultures and across time. And the second piece, as Diana alluded, is that there's a hierarchy of being with non-human intelligence being included in that. Cosmism, which Diana is an expert at, is at the root of both the Russian and the U.S. space program. And consciousness is a component not only of metaphysics, but of physics itself.
I actually want to get into cosmism. So this idea that, you met somebody deep in the space program who was a nuts and bolts, contributor to our space program. We think of our space program as, Elon Musk is the tip of the spear. All we have is sort of chemical combustion. But you're speaking to this guy who, in your book, you write about, pseudonymously named Tyler, who is engaging in sort of like consciousness protocols, and that's somehow essential to his work. And then you go back and you do research about the early American and Russian space programs and how a lot of these people think that they're in touch with angelic and in certain cases demonic beings. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. So cosmism, what's that? So there are when this happened to me in 2012, I started to get my bearings after this recognition that people in aerospace in some of these companies were actually doing this work and what this meant. I was shocked. I saw my own tradition from a different lens. And I decided to go back and to look at the space programs, the viable ones. That would be the American space program, ours, and the Russian space program. And so I started to do the preliminary, work that a person does when they're looking at this is, what were their belief systems? The ones that inspired these men in the early 20th century, late 19th century, early 20th century, what inspired them to create rocket technologies that were successful and actually got us off the planet. So if you go to the Russian cosmist tradition, which is a similar tradition, where they believe in, Konstantin Tchaikovsky believed in NHI and that he was, he believed in this and he wrote books about it. And he's the father of Russian rocketry. They're Christian. They have kind of a Christian overlay to this or framework. And so I saw this as the beginning of the Russian space program. And I began to do the same work with our space program. And in fact, I found it was Jack Parsons. Now, of course, if anybody knows about Jack Parsons, the patterns here match in terms of he believed that he was in contact. Jack Parsons is the father of our space program, by the way. Super interesting guy. Work with Aleister Crowley. So obviously he's not giving his NHI a Christian veneer, but I wouldn't say he's calling it demonic though. Like, sorry.
That's my interpretation.
Yeah. A lot of people say, oh, he was, demonic, but he didn't view what he was doing as demonic. He actually viewed what he was doing as good. He thought that he was working for the common task of humans, of getting us into the space. So this would be the Russian and the American in fact, I named my book American Cosmic because I was impressed that we hadn't talked about it. And I thought that somebody should.
Modernity is an aberration in that we think man is apex consciousness. That is sort of a detour when it comes to the epistemology of mankind over, across thousands of years. And in fact, many religious scholars in the past have gone so far as to classify a lot of the beings, between us and God. And so St. Thomas Aquinas had his angel hierarchies. Iamblichus, who's a Syrian Neoplatonist, also had similar angel hierarchies. And they literally have taxonomies and categorizations for these angels. They describe them. They describe some of the effects of people that observe them. In some cases, it's literally, will say like irradiated light. So it sounds like kind of electromagnetic, damage or whatever. So, Carl, do we have any kind of modern scientific frameworks for how we should think about NHI or kind of,
Right.
them being higher on the kind of consciousness or evolution chain?
Yeah, so the scale that's often used is what's called the Kardashev scale. Nikolai Kardashev, Russian astronomer back in 1964, sort of proposed during the age where optical astronomy was becoming popular and radio astronomy was coming on, to identify civilizations based on the ability of them to access the energy of an entire star. So you could build this thing called a Dyson sphere around a sun, and so that would blot out the visible light, but there'd be a big IR signature. And if astronomers could detect this, then they'd detect this civilization. So he called that a Type 2 civilization. And then by extension, there's a Type 3 civilization that controls, all the energy output of a galaxy, let's say, and in a Type 1 civilization, maybe a little bit more advanced from our own, that's basically controlling the whole planet. So this is the Kardashev scale. Carl Sagan talks about this, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku. It's like a popular thing. I would argue, though, that the scales, it's really not very instructive to look at like UFOs and UAP, because total civilization energy usage is like an unknowable thing based on observations of potential craft or potential recovered material or biologics or what have you. So there's a better model out there that I would recommend, which is the Universal Civilization Development Model. And it goes off of like what they have, what they know, and who they are. And so what they have would be more about energy density than the magnitude of energy usage. So energy density, like if I've got a certain energy density, I get fire. I got a greater energy density over a longer time. I can smelt metal. Ultimately, I can do nuclear reactions. Maybe I can warp space and time. Maybe I can even impact the laws of physics. So that's the physics of energy. Jacques Vallée has talked about this idea of physics of information. So how much about the nature of reality does this civilization perhaps know? How much complexity can they manage? What's the time constant for their thought process? How many parallel paths can they contemplate at a single time? This idea of consciousness comes into play. So this, almost a physics of information now is this other dimension. And then the third dimension is the ecological evolutionary dimension. What is the chemical basis for this life form? Where are they on the evolutionary path? Maybe not just 100 years ahead of us, maybe 1,000,000 years. What's it look like for a life form to be 1,000,000,000 years ahead of us? What's their relationship with their environment? Is it omnivorous? Do they derive from omnivorous stock, herbivore stock, etc.? So all these things create a phase space, perhaps, that would be populated by a range of beings, and the distance in this phase space, we might call it the Hamming distance by analogy with electromagnetic signal processing, might dictate the likelihood of a competition, symbiotic, or competitive relationship based on the likely hierarchies that undoubtedly exist.
Diana, we're talking about hierarchy of being and man not being the apex of consciousness, and then we're also talking about us, scientists and engineers at the top of our space program using consciousness protocols. If any of this stuff is true, I mean, I feel like a lot of people in the audience probably didn't come and walk into this room believing these things. Are we in Plato's cave? Are we in this sort of epistemic cave? And if we are, how do we get out?
Yes, that's a great question. So, okay, first off, I don't think I'm going to reference Peter's talk, okay, because I thought it was really a great segue into some of the things that we were going to talk about.
You know, we're told that there's nothing worse than Armageddon, but perhaps there is. Perhaps we should fear the Antichrist. Perhaps we should fear the one world totalitarian state more than Armageddon.
And so I would say that the apocalypse is structural. So for anyone in my field, we know that the apocalypse is always happening. Okay, there's always an apocalypse. So the early Christians who were Jewish actually did have their apocalypse. The Romans destroyed their temple in 70. That was an apocalypse that those very specifically Jewish Christians were knowing was going to happen. It happened, but we go on. Things go on. Okay, so what is it then? So the idea that that there is an out, or that, there's a solution to the apocalypse. Plato suggests that it's in the allegory of the cave. So he never answers the question, but he gives this allegory. And what it is basically a conversation. He calls it the dialectic. And he says that what you can do is you can have this conversation. So there's a sense of community baked in here, but it's more than just a conversation. It's a conversation about justice. It's a conversation about goodness.
So you're saying kind of contemplation of virtue literally allows you to ascend out of this world in some way, in some sort of metaphysical way?
I'm not sure. I do believe that's what he's saying. And he's basically saying that there is a sort of conversation that you can have, probably not a text message, right? And that that's what he presents as the out. Yeah. And I think if there's a third option, it's going to be that.
So with Plato, Diana is sort of talking about maybe a proto-architecture to religion. And Carl, we've had kind of offline conversations where you've said to me that maybe the esoteric version of a lot of the world's religions are actually sort of normalizable. They actually contain a lot of similarities when it comes to kind of encounters with non-human intelligence. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, well, I think that's actually right. So most of these sort of the Gnostic tradition, the Sufi tradition in Islam, the Kabbalah in Judaism, and even non-dualist Vedanta all talk about this sort of inward-looking initiatic experience where you're transcending this reality and connecting with a deeper reality. So there's actually an interesting study that was done. The oldest large corpus, like significant corpus of religious texts, like in the world, anywhere, of any tradition, any culture, are the pyramid texts, like 5th Dynasty Egypt, something like 2500 BC. And so the Egyptological interpretation of the pyramid text is funerary. But there's countervailing scholarship that says, well, actually, it's like really initiatory. When Egyptology was created, it moved away from mysticism and went totally rationalist. And so the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans, anybody that actually knew Egyptian civilization firsthand, knew that they were very esoteric. And so Egyptian scholarship has moved away from that and made the Egyptians extremely rationalist and very much funeral ritual based. Once you put the initiatic experience into the pyramid texts based on something called the Sed Festival, which is essentially a kingship ritual that's known to exist, then the pyramid and the pyramid texts become an initiatic engine that the living might actually embark upon. And this is interesting because then it creates direct connective tissue between the Hermetic tradition and the Gnostic tradition that came out of late period Egypt and then influenced both classical antiquity and then early Christian theology. So you've got essentially a linear line that can now be traced potentially to the earliest tradition in an esoteric sense.
There's a great Meister Eckhart quote, theologians may quarrel, but mystics all speak the same language. So I think it speaks to that sort of proto-architecture. And there's actually a story, I think, of Jewish Kabbalists meeting with the Dalai Lama, and they're like talking about these non-human intelligences and the colors associated with them. And they're just kind of laughing about how kind of in agreement they are worldview-wise. I want to stick with you, Carl, because we are in a room full of entrepreneurs and people in venture capital. And so they might be thinking, okay, all this stuff might be real, but I don't really see it, and it's kind of ephemeral. And like, what does this have to do with me? Is any of this investable? Can we turn this into a company?
Right.
Carl, do you want to?
Well, right. Well, I might hit that ball right back at you because Jesse's done a number of podcasts looking into Taylor Townsend Brown and some other very interesting, like heretical technologies. So I'd invite people, an unsolicited plug, to check out some of Jesse's podcasts. But I would also submit to you, if you sort of look at the arc of technological development, we're getting to the point that Feynman had talked about in the early 60s about there's room at the bottom, which is by which he meant like we're getting at the level where we can engineer at the molecular level, at the nature that nature operates. And so these disciplines that originally appeared to be disparate, like information science, material science, the semiconductor fab, genomics, etc., all look pretty much the same once you're able to engineer at the molecular level. So information and materials start to merge. You can come up with programmable matter, perhaps, self-healing structures, self-repairing structures. You're starting to move into that von Neumann machine level. So I would suggest, looking at that area. Then we alluded earlier to this thing called the Casimir effect. The Casimir effect, you put two parallel plates that are conducting very close together, and you would expect classically nothing would happen. But what it actually ends up happening, this was predicted and measured, is that there's negative energy states that are created in between the plates. In other words, there's certain quantum fluctuations that are not supportable between those plates. And there's a pressure that's created between from the pressure outside the plates versus inside, and the plates compress. So basically, that's extracting energy out of the vacuum. Like that's like free energy. Like that's not disputable. That's like proven fact. So unfortunately, it's not reciprocal. Nobody's figured out how to make a reciprocating machine. You got to reset the plates to get the energy out. So that is something that's potentially scalable to a battery, perhaps, but it'd be a one-shot battery. If somebody can figure out a way to make that scalable, that would be extremely beneficial. So those are a couple avenues. But just to sort of recap, like the heresies, right? So non-disclosure is a universal constant of society. This idea of hierarchy of being, cosmism, this esoteric aspect of reality being at the basis of the space program, and consciousness playing a role in both physics and metaphysics, where our technology is getting to the point where we can perhaps develop a physical basis for consciousness and to develop technologies out of consciousness, which, oh, by the way, any more advanced civilizations probably already gotten to, should open, I think, our eyes collectively that there's sort of groupthink going on, and opportunities that are right in front of our face are being missed because we're not incorporating these other aspects of reality. So in that sense, agnosticism's not like an optional worldview.
Well, Carl, I'll take that plug to the bank. I really appreciate it. I want to wrap up with you, Diana. Peter Thiel was on Joe Rogan a month ago, and he was asked about aliens. Like half the conversation was about aliens, and he cited your work, which was fascinating. And he said that aliens are not only probably angels and demons, they have to be angels and demons because of the dual use nature of tech and the forcing function nature of tech.
And so the Pazolka literal thing I'd come to is the aliens. It's not that they might be demons or angels. They must be demons or angels if you have faster than light travel. And both of those seem pretty crazy to me.
And so if you have warp drive technology as a delivery mechanism for a payload like a nuclear weapon, you can't defend against that. And I find it really interesting. You talk about St. Francis of Assisi seeing what was probably a craft or an orb, a seraphim. And the last thing he writes in his diary is the Greek letter tau, which means conversion.
Yeah.
And so it was like this forcing function conversion. And so in the world in which, aliens, which are being, at least in the form of UFOs, seen at record levels now, statistically, or, as far as the data goes, is the veil falling? The word apocalypse in its original Greek means the unveiling. Are we seeing these things at a greater preponderance because we're living in the apocalypse? And what does that mean as far as how we should live our own lives?
Yeah, I do think we're living in a apocalypse. I think that there is an unveiling going on, and I think this is a great, amazing time. So yes, I think so.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jesse.
I'm here with Diana Walsh-Pasulka. We just had an amazing talk with Colonel Carl Nell, and it's funny, in our first conversation, you brought up this concept of emergence.
Yep.
And this idea that you would get kind of interdisciplinary intersections between experts in various fields, which the UFO phenomena kind of brings together because you can go at it with so many angles. And I thought it was a really great conversation between a guy who, in a kind of a nuts and bolts, very hard-headed fashion, looked through a bunch of classified material, came out of that experience on the UAP task force, saying, I think UFOs are real, and trying to drive a lot of this forward through legislature and other means. And then a religious studies professor who had no interest in UFOs and was just objectively kind of looking at religious as a phenomena and not even looking at it as some, underlying metaphysical truth, bumping into the UFO phenomena. So what did you think about that talk?
I'm really impressed with his knowledge. So not only is he excellent at nuts and bolts and looking at, the technical aspects of UAP, UFOs, but he knows the whole history of religions back to Egyptology. And he's able to, in a sense, do what I do and what Jacques Vallée did, right? Which was look at the historical record and find evidence of NHI, UAP, whatever you want to say about it, angels as they have been termed. So yeah, I had a really great time talking with him, and I think that you also added a lot to it because you know both sides.
Well, do what I can. I appreciate both of you gracing us with your presence. And before our conversation, Peter Thiel, who's kind of helping host this event, did a really interesting talk on the Antichrist.
So he's been focusing on the Antichrist, and he's been talking about it as, in history, how has the Antichrist been represented? When we think about the Antichrist, how best to conceal being the Antichrist? Well, that is to talk about it a lot, and basically to push this idea that there's an apocalypse, okay, and that we are we need to save ourselves and do good, okay, and of course everybody's going to agree with that, and that's a great veneer. And then he reminded the audience that that's of course how the Antichrist presents as the one that is giving the solution. And so I thought that was really interesting. What do you think about that?
I thought so too. He cites Thessalonians, peace and safety being the slogan of the Antichrist. I think you look at a lot of evil that's done in today's world, without getting too specific depending on which side of the aisle you're on, but it's on both sides. And I think you have a lot of today's evil is couched in this veneer of kind of utilitarian, effective altruism. World is my sandbox. I'm going to, rearrange the figures, on a global scale and make things sort of work out. And that is sort of a form of evil.
It's also outward looking. So it's never inward looking. Like, am I doing bad or am I harming people?
And you met Rene Girard.
Yeah. I love his theories. I'm a Girardian too.
And Girard always says, to even spot a scapegoat, you need a third party witness, because nobody thinks that they're doing the scapegoating. And in fact, we're doing scapegoating all day long. And the history of humanity is the history of human violence, and that all of us have sort of, greedy impulses. And there's obviously violence up until, murder and large scale war and stuff. But we do small violence to one another all the time through mimetic desires and jealousy and that sort of thing. And we have to look inward.
Yeah, that's right. So his professor was Rene Girard. And I was at Berkeley at the time, at the Jesuit School of Theology, and Peter was at Stanford. And so while he was taking these classes, I was actually driving to Rene Girard's colloquiums to listen to him. And I had been exposed to his theories when I was an undergraduate at the University of California in Davis. And his book, Violence in the Sacred, kind of broke through and really destabilized a lot of different disciplines. And a lot of people didn't like it because it was such a giant theory of everything, right? It was really a theory of everything, like a theory of evil, right? And Rene Girard was a Catholic, right? And he would attend, I believe it was Latin Mass. And so the Jesuits that I was taking courses from
they didn't want to go themselves because there was something kind of heretical about Rene Girard, because there was no, they said that there was anything really transcendent about Christ for Rene Girard, that he looked at evil as like an anthropology, like, you know, that we were, you know, there was no transcendent or metaphysical evil that he spoke of.
I think what's so heretical about Girard is, and why he was so sort of not accepted both by religious scholars or by, you know, evolutionary biologists in his time, is because he has this sort of theory of everything, you know, this kind of proto-architecture like to religion. And so that's like real heresy.
Yes,
and,
it absolutely is.
right?
Yeah.
And we talked about that earlier in the context of Plato, maybe another person who has this kind of proto-architecture of religion. So we were talking, you know, off camera before this. You were saying, you know, you interpret Plato maybe slightly differently than a lot of kind of quote unquote philosophers or scholars.
That's right. Yeah. So of course I read Plato, you know, early on as an undergraduate and again as a graduate student, but I really didn't start actually reading Plato until I encountered the people who believed in UFOs, and I saw the ways in which UFOs have been, you know, concealed by our government. Within this environment where I witnessed harassment firsthand, saw people who were the quote unquote whistleblowers being harassed. And, you know, it's not pretty. It's terrible. And I was depressed. So I thought, you know, how do I make sense of this? And so Plato's Republic kept coming back into my head. And Plato, by the way, he asked the question, can there be a just society? And why he asks this is because he's pretty horrified by what happened to his mentor. His mentor was killed by his government, which was Athens. And Socrates was given an out, but he didn't take it. Instead, he said, I live by the laws of Athens and I'll die by them. And this is just, this is right. Well, Plato didn't buy that, it seems. He has a dialogue between Socrates and Glaucon, and they ask the question, can we have a just government? And they go through all these ridiculous scenarios. He's saying that, no, it doesn't look like we can figure out how to have a just government. How do we do it? Well, then he performs it. He does a performative thing at the end of the Republic. And so what does he give us? He gives us two things that we call allegories or metaphors. One is the allegory of the cave. People are, you know, see shadows on the wall, and they think that and people are showing them these shadows, by the way. So we tend to discount that there are other people that are like, or things that are showing us these shadows, and we are thinking that they're reality. And somehow we get out and we ascend out of the cave and we recognize that, wow, most people are completely blinded by this. Okay. So how does this work then? And so then he like throws in basically the first recorded, or one of the first recorded NDEs, which is the myth of which is about the soldier who dies in battle and has a near-death experience and sees that people actually, you know, live again. They're immortal. They have some kind of soul. And so he tells this story. Well, those are two very strange ways to end this book about the just society. And so when I'd ask my professors, you know, what does this mean? Because I went back to them, and I even asked my friends who are philosophers, so what do you think about this? It's just a metaphor. It's just an allegory. Well, I don't think it is. So what's then the takeaway? The takeaway is a performative thing. It's nothing that you can say, Jesse, do this and it'll be all right. No, you have to actually do it. What is it? Well, it's basically creating a community of people like the other person. So, you know, it's called the dialectic, and it's a mystical conversation, basically, which is really hard for us to wrap our brains around. What does it even mean to have a mystical conversation? I think that if people are watching this talk, they've had a mystical conversation, right? And you have too. Like, think of those times when you met that person who's like your best friend, and every time you saw them, the energy would change, you know, and you'd have such an amazing talk. That's what he's talking about. That kind of community based on that. Because wouldn't you die for that person? Mm-hmm. You know, wouldn't you do those things that are noble before that friendship?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the kind of thing that he's giving us.
That's amazing. Well, yeah. And I think a lot of Plato readers think of him as fully allegorical, and they don't think there's some metaphysical architecture that he's actually talking about. Like the myth of I think is a great example. So the cave is another example. But in the case of the myth of he's talking about this myth where you have anamnesis. You have this idea that there's this primordial soul self that kind of has knowledge of all of your incarnations. And then you cross the river of forgetfulness into, an incarnation where you forget your former self. And maybe through kind of a near-death experience or a mystery ritual, which, by the way, Plato, we probably now know, went through the Eleusinian mystery rituals himself.
That's right.
And so he probably believed this, like to all the people that think it's just an allegory, then you experience noesis. You regain knowledge of your kind of immortal soul. Do you think that literal reading of Plato is an important kind of overlay that is missing in today's reading?
I think that I went through graduate school, and of course, any kind of literalist reading of any of these texts is abhorred. So people are going to say, no, you can't read it literally like that. And I know, okay. So yeah, did he really mean it this way? Well, not necessarily literally, there's a cave, but he meant it in a very real sense. And that's what I'm trying to get at here. And yes, there's, this goes against the grain of both liberal and conservative readings of Plato, right? It's a completely mystical reading here. It goes beyond even, some people read it as this is the subjectivity of, human subjectivity. It goes beyond that because it poses something other than the human itself or himself or herself. So another thing too is that the early Christians actually utilized this text. So we've found now in the 1940s, we found a lot of libraries of the early Christians, and we got an insight into what, influenced them. Well, the allegory of the cave and Plato's Republic influenced them. So they found something very transcendent and very Jesus-like, right? In these texts. So it's a lineage, you see.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Are there examples of kind of connections between early Christianity and, I guess Martin Luther King, I think, wrote an essay about the pagan continuity hypothesis.
Yeah.
And so, there's this idea that even the Last Supper might have been kind of a mystery ritual of sorts. Elaine Pagels also writes about that.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we're learning. So a lot of people think that Christianity is set and it doesn't change, right? Well, archaeology is showing us, and material culture is showing us so many things that we are learning about the early Christians. And also, I would suggest that the Greek Orthodox Church really does actually know about this connection between Socrates and the Greeks, the Greek Socratic philosophers basically, and this lineage that goes directly into Christianity, early Christianity. It's a Hellenized Judaism. Right? So it's a Judaism that's completely infused with Greek thought. Like you look at the Apostle Paul, all of the scriptures of Christianity are written in Greek. Okay. So yes, this makes sense.
Wasn't Paul supposedly, according to some scholars, kind of a Kabbalist too? Like he was in the Merkabah kind of, Ezekiel tradition.
It looks like it. I mean, I'm not a New Testament scholar, so I don't want to go out on a limb and say for sure, that was. But yeah, if you look at his conversion, it looks similar to Merkabah. And I do have friends who are New Testament scholars, and they don't feel comfortable coming out and saying these things, but they'll tell me in secret. They'll say, yeah, Jesus too, by the way. Yeah. And I'm like, really? Why don't you write a book about that?
In the book of Acts, he goes up on a cloud.
That's right. Yeah.
It's amazing how much some of these kind of esoteric religious practices actually comport. Like if you look at the Heckalot, the palaces of, Jewish Kabbalism or whatever. You have 7 of these palaces. Well, in Egypt, you had the Arit, the 7. And then, in Rosicrucianism, he goes up through 7 levels and, he has to leave a garment behind on each level. At each level, you always encounter kind of, these different beings. Some are good, some are bad, but they sort of, are all testing you.
That's right.
So it's very fascinating.
So we're talking about this tradition, this Merkabah tradition that seemingly talks about a form of community, if not a government, a form of community, ecclesia, right? That's the early church Greek term for the community, right? That's based on these connections with Merkabah, seraphim, what have you, these kinds of
knowledge bearers, messengers of God, right? And so how would that look today?
That's a great question. I don't know. How would it look today, Diana?
Well, I think that we're seeing it now. I think we're seeing the very beginnings of this type of recognition that they're,
With UFOs.
Yeah, that's what I think is going on.
Yeah.
And there's, this recognition that we're not alone.
Mhm.
Okay. And I mean, that was the premise for a lot of those schools, was that we're not alone, but you have to get right with these things.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the whole idea, was they were looking inward.
Yeah.
So they weren't looking outward. So the whole tradition, like of Paul, he changes his name because, think about his conversion. He was Saul, and he was living a life of violence of all things, right? He was very violent. Now, why he was violent, I don't know, but he was persecuting and wanting Christians to die. And then he has this Merkaba situation that he seemingly didn't cultivate, right? It happened just spontaneously to him, it seems, at least from his position. He didn't call it into his life. And then it changes him. He changes his name. And then he works for these communities. He gives his life to the formation of these communities.
So how should an average person sort of conceptualize this stuff? Because, it seems like if you read like William James, there's kind of an outer ring of religious people that don't truly believe in the metaphysical kind of architecture underneath the religion. They just kind of show up to church or synagogue or a mosque, and they kind of pray and they do the daily rituals. Maybe it's this Pascal's wager for them, where it's this like hyper rational, if I do this thing, maybe there's an afterlife. And then you have these mystics that sort of go straight at the truth. But that seems kind of dangerous from like a, institutional power structure perspective. Like often these mystics are misinterpreted or clamped down on by human power structures. And then even in a more primordial sense or whatever, there's the parable of the four rabbis who all try to go up into the heavens, and like, one goes mad, two die, and like, I might be botching this, but like one makes it, right? And so it's this like extremely straight and narrow, treacherous path.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
So
right.
like, why should anybody take that path?
No, I totally agree. I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah.
But when students do come through my classes, I teach basic, survey of religions, kind of thing. And when we were in the Christianity section, I'm in the South, so there are lots of Christians in my class. They go to church. And so I say, why do you go to church? And they don't know, right? And I say, what about this part of the Bible where, it's talking about this angel or that angel and, this and that? And they're like, well, that doesn't happen anymore, right? And so I think that so I try to get them to interrogate, their own religion. Like, what does it say? Why are you Christian? Or why are you Jewish? Like, why are you doing this? Is it just because this is the cultural tradition, your heritage? Because it could be, and that's fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
But what I really liked about Carl Nell's talk at the SALT conference was that he basically did the same thing. And I thought it was really interesting, but he did the same thing of, well, you're talking to people who are religious, and all of a sudden they're confronted with the reality that what they think is this metaphysical thing is actually real. Well, that's going to be a shock for them.
Are you implying that perhaps we as a society may not be ready for disclosure?
I guess I would draw an analogy, though, for people believe in a certain faith tradition, whatever that faith tradition is, and hold to that and subscribe to that in a very serious and devout way, and sort of pose the question, even for folks of that ilk, and I would count myself as one, if you're confronted with the reality of your religious belief system, like the reality of the metaphysical, an angel, a messenger from God, what have you, that's going to be a sea state change in your way of dealing with reality, right? Even though you already believe it, right? So it's one thing to believe and it's another to know. And I think in this context, this phenomena has the potential for an analogous effect, both on the individual and on society.
And I was actually shocked that he said it. And I was like, wow, that's kind of what I say to students, but never so bluntly, like never like, no, this is a reality, because I can't really say that. Maybe it's a reality, maybe it's not a reality. But there's a whole tradition of it.
Yeah. Well, it's still like one of these things where believing this stuff, it can either sort of burn you or save you. Like, it feels like even angels themselves are kind of misinterpreted as these like cherubic friendly beings, in the modern day. And in fact, if you look historically at angel interactions that, a lot of which you write about, these can be extremely violent, and they can, deal with you very harshly, and they can set you on a path that might be sort of more morally pure. They might excavate sort of bad things that leave you, and you become better or whatever, but it can be extremely painful in the process.
Yes, I think so. So one of the things that was shocking to me when I first started doing this was the reality that the government was looking into it as real, whereas I was looking into it as truly historical, metaphorical, not real. Okay. Then I recognized that a lot of people felt like it was their duty to contact these things, right? And that, again, that brought me to another level of like, what a bad idea, because historically, well, here's an example. So when I first started corresponding with aerospace people in aerospace, corporations and things like that, they wanted the data. Like, they wanted to know, what did European Catholics see when they saw an angel or a demon or something like that? Did they have any effects? Like, what kind of effects did they have on their bodies and things like that? And did they report like other types of effects? Well, yeah, all that data is there. So, I started to look at it, and I met Gary Nolan. So I met Gary Nolan pretty early on, probably about 2014. And he shared with me his own research. So he had been recruited, just as I was being recruited. He was also recruited to work with people who were, in the program, I guess you could call it, or I don't know how really to discuss it. The government was looking into UAPs, and he was a person who could help. Okay, so they recruited him. And I got to see some of the research that he was doing, and some of it had to do with the effects that it had on people, and they were like radiation burns and things like that. So looking through the historical record, I saw that indeed there were cases where people reported being hurt, in this way. So it's not the best idea then to just decide that this is something you're going to undertake. And I never propose that, by the way. I always say, learn about it, but don't engage in doing it. Like, I propose for people, if they're interested, if they actually have their own religious tradition, check it out, go back to it and look at it again. So if it's Judaism, go back to it. There's a rich heritage. Buddhism, same thing, go back to it. There's a rich heritage. My religion, Catholicism, go back to it. There's a rich heritage there. So I think that's probably the best way to start looking at it.
Mm. And it's so fascinating that contemporary aerospace, people are reaching out to you, as well as, people from NASA. It does feel like we're on the precipice of kind of this new age where a lot of this stuff seems to be coming out, because the conventional history of a lot of these programs and companies are just, chemical combustion, nuts and bolts, it's all kind of this materialist reductionist science. But in fact, I think when you speak to a lot of the people at these organizations, they're extremely open-minded, and it's almost like science cleaved off in like the 50s or 60s and hit a cul-de-sac in kind of academia, and then aerospace just kept going. But it's this, also you have this religious valence on top of it as well, where like the early NASA missions had, Horus and Osiris, and it was like, you told me in our last interview, right? It was like Greek and Latin, on symbology.
Latin.
and
First century Latin.
First century Latin,
Yeah.
that's right.
The empire.
The empire. Why do you think they kind of were paying homage to that tradition?
Yeah, that's such a great question. So first, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, nobody would ever give me a straight answer.
Yeah.
But I did ask.
Do you think there's somebody in charge who was like, yeah, like I know that the Greeks had it right, and you have to sort of deal with these NHI in order to get to space, and like this is the program? Or do you think it was some emergent thing that like they were kind of softly in touch? Or maybe that's an unanswerable question. I don't know. But.
I believe that. So my own opinion about this is just my opinion after looking and talking to people that are, the people that are doing it actually, doing. Okay, so they would tell me that this was a way to pay homage to the sponsors. They call them the sponsors. And I'd ask, do they read Latin, kind of thing, like really? And they would say, absolutely. I think that it's a large tradition that goes unacknowledged in our history.
And do you think it's sort of hermetically passed?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely it is. Yes,
But that's
yes.
fascinating because that's sort of tying today's space program to like maybe, hermetically sealed, Egyptian, traditions. Like how far back does this get? It's amazing.
I know. I mean, it's definitely, it's not a Christianized veneer. So if you go to the Russian cosmist tradition, which is a similar tradition, where they believe in, like Konstantin Tchaikovsky believed in NHI and that he was, he believed in this and he wrote books about it. And he's the father of Russian rocketry. They're Christian. They have kind of a Christian overlay to this or framework. But we have Jack Parsons, definitely not a Christian. But then you do have the same, you have the impetus that stays there. It's not as weird as Jack Parsons, but it's weird enough. It's definitely not Christian. It seems to be Greco-Roman, with the recognition that there are these deities, right? And does it go back to Egypt? I don't know. I don't know. I am not an insider. So I don't have an inside track. I just can spot the myth that's being called a myth, but it's actually real. That they're like, they are doing this intentionally.
Well, I think that's kind of this myth in disclosure overall, because like both of us are on the outside, but we've like poked, we've poked around. Like we have like a decent mental map that's probably like better than just the average person who's like not really, interested in this stuff, right? And like my serious inclination now that was not the case a few years ago is that there's like no one in charge, or that like if there is something in charge, it's this like loosely distributed weird thing that's like emerging and has like a mind of its own. And maybe there are some people kind of tapped into deeper layers of reality, but it's certainly not commensurate with some clearance system or classification system within the government.
Yeah. That's okay. So I'm fully on board with that theory. And, because we can't prove it, can we?
Yeah.
But it's just a theory. But I'll give you some examples.
But we've met enough people who like, people on the outside are like, that's the deep state architect of the godfather of the UFO stuff. And like, we meet them and they're like, well, they don't know a lot of stuff that this other person knows.
That's
and,
right.
There's like a lot of that going on.
Yeah, a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
So that made me actually think about the oral tradition of it, because I was around enough people to know that they figured out their missions not from asking people or having someone tell them. They had to figure it out on their own.
Yeah.
And that process was hard for them. And they didn't even know that they got it right until they got an award for it like 2 years later.
Yeah.
So they didn't know. And they would also tell me things like, well, people were on this mission, but they never knew until they got the card, or not the card, the patch.
Yeah.
Until they got the patch or whatnot, or they figured it out. And so I was beginning to see it as when I have friends that are indigenous, and they occasionally tell me a couple of things, about their worldview and the way that their like Australian Aboriginal culture works, right? And apparently there's like a very succinct and transmissible oral tradition that is really old, like, 30,000 years old or something like that. And it has to do with, NHI and things like that. And so I began to see our space program like that, like, wow, that's how it works. There's an oral tradition that's transmitted, but it's not transmitted through this memo. So the declassified memos, what do they really mean, when there's this type of tradition?
Yeah, well, all the memos seem like they're kind of groping in the dark, and they don't really know what these things are. I'm a big fan of this mid-century inventor, Townsend Brown, who we talked about earlier with Carl Nell. And he says it's like, fish in the water. They don't know, the hull, they just see the hulls of the ships over top, but they have no idea what those ships are transporting or why they're there. And that really, feels like where we're at. But you bring up this idea of a patch. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so the patches. So in the Space Force, or whatever we call it today, you know, where people are on missions to send things up into space, satellites or what have you, they work on these and they get these patches. Okay, so a lot of people know about these patches. They have a Roman god on them or something like that, and they usually have the Latin that describes the mission, but in a way that's really opaque and even making fun of outsiders, right? So this is the mission. You could even, you know, go online and see a lot of those patches. And I've known someone to have like at least 150 of these patches.
Whoa.
Yeah. So this is a person whose whole life has been doing this work.
Wow. Well, I think about the person you pseudonymously named Tyler in your book, and he's this NASA mission controller. It seems like he's using kind of consciousness protocols to make the launches work. He's this very interesting figure. But then he goes to the Vatican with you and he has this conversion experience. And it's almost as if what he looks into in the Vatican archives confirms that the work that he's been doing is somehow mystical and like way more like globally meaningful than just this nuts and bolts, like we're putting satellites in space sort of thing.
Yeah, that was really an amazing experience for me to witness the conversion that he went through. We started at the Vatican looking at the records of Joseph of Cupertino and a bilocating sister, Maria of Agreda. And we also had exposure to Peter Gumpel, who had been a papal advisor, who's a Jesuit, talked a lot about the Templars, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah. And
do you remember what he said about the Templars?
I do. Okay.
Moving on.
So that's where it started. So he started to re-examine his life, I guess.
Yeah.
And I could see that process because I've seen it before. And I had a feeling that when we got to Castle Gandolfo at the Vatican Observatory, where he was going to meet astrophysicist monks, and, you know, those people that live like that, they have, you know, that's their mission. And their mission is it fuses religion and science. I knew that would be his place and that he would probably convert at that point. And I was right. So then we left the Vatican and we went there. And then he spent a lot of time in the archives looking at Copernicus and Kepler, and, you know, originals, by the way, and also looking at electromagnetism.
It's amazing.
And things like that. And I just like couldn't get him out of the archive, just like glued to these books.
It's incredible. And the other thing I wanted to follow up on from our first interview is you said this remarkable thing, and I kind of like I don't know, I ignored it. Bad interviewer in my case or something, because you said this really profound thing. You said that when you went with Tyler to the Vatican Observatory, they knew who he was before having gone there. And that tripped me out when I was watching it over in the edit, because I was like, why does the Vatican Observatory, they're obviously very well respected and well staffed when it comes to real astronomy, but how do they know who a NASA mission controller from the US is?
Yeah, not only that, but when we were there, we just happened to correspond with a trip that all these young scientists from ESA, so the European Space Agency, they were all there too. And so Brother Guy, who's the director, Guy Consolmagno, he was giving them, you know, a really awesome tour and talk and everything. So he introduced us. And so he introduced me, and they were like, you know, kind of cool, clap, clap, clap. And they introduced Tyler with his real name, and the whole place just erupted into just, yes, like that. And that was a recognition for me that Americans kind of don't know what's going on, but they did. Yeah, they were, to them, he was a hero. Yeah, it was really, really cool.
That's incredible. The other interesting connection with Tyler is he met Chris Bledsoe, I think, or before
That's
you.
right. Yes, he did. Yeah.
And they had a relationship, and I think Ryan Bledsoe, who's Chris's son, said that Tyler had told Chris that he was part of a group with Townsend Brown, who I just mentioned. So Townsend Brown's this like fascinating mid-century inventor who I think, you know, made more discoveries in the world of gravity than meet the eye. You know, might have tied gravity and electromagnetism together. And that has implications for time as well, because if you can shift gravity at all, you can
That's
shift
right.
time and
That's
general
right.
relativity.
Yeah, yeah.
And he would talk in his private life constantly about time travel. And so what I found just so fascinating is Tyler tells the Bledsoes that he was involved with a group that was based in Nassau in the Bahamas. And Townsend Brown was the president of this group, and time travel technology was involved. And I would totally discount that and think that's probably wrong if I didn't know so much about Townsend Brown. And I know he spent a ton of time in Nassau in the Bahamas, and with a very interesting kind of cast of characters.
Well, that's so fascinating, because when I knew Tyler, he was always talking about time travel. And
Really?
yeah, whenever a new movie about time travel would come out, he would go see it.
Like the Adjustment Bureau.
Yeah.
or the
Oh, he
Philip K.
loved
Dick.
it. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
So-
So, I mean, wow.
That's amazing.
It seems like we both know. So
Yeah.
you're kind of like the person who talks about Brown, right? And,
Yeah.
and then he's an invisible, or he was until you, right?
Yeah,
And then
guess
when
so.
I met Tyler, that's what I thought. I thought more people have to know about this person.
Yeah.
Because he's an invisible,
Yeah.
but he impacts so much of our history, and we don't even know it.
That's the way, yes.
Yeah.
I felt the same way. I felt like it was my duty or something. Because he died penniless.
Mhm.
And I'm convinced his work made it into the B-2 stealth bomber.
Wow.
Like
Wow.
premier, stealth bomber.
Yeah.
And he was paid off by this financier, Northrop Grumman, like a ridiculously low sum of money for the rest of his life. And then not even that. I mean, I think he literally like unified the field experimentally. And so like
That's so sad.
everybody knows who. Even Tesla got ripped off, but people know who he is, and he has a
Right,
great car
right.
company named
Yeah,
after him
yeah.
today. Nobody knew who this guy was.
Right.
And he was such a patriot. He was such an American patriot. It was Cold War era. And so these discoveries obviously have implications for, weaponry and all sorts of other things. And so he created tons of disinfo about his own work to throw people off the trail. And so he kind of died penniless in
Wow.
obscurity on Catalina Island. And yeah. So you felt
seems like
this,
yeah.
you felt
yeah.
the same duty with Tyler.
I don't know what I felt. I felt a sense
Yeah.
that you have, like a sense of injustice.
Yeah,
Kind of, that
yeah.
we want the world to be transparent. Let me give you something. This can be something that I think is relevant. During the time that I knew Tyler, there were other people like him, invisibles. Like I called them the invisibles, right?
Mm.
And one of them had passed away. And this is a person whose family didn't even know what they did. So there was a big sense of sadness on their part because they couldn't eulogize him correctly, they felt, because they did not know. And so Tyler actually asked me if I would help them write the eulogy. So I did. I wrote the eulogy, and during the time period of writing it, it was so emotional because I was like, wow, how do I say this? So I helped them. I helped them write it. And they reached out to me afterwards, and they were, it was consoling to them.
Yeah.
Because someone outside the family recognized their pain.
That's so amazing. Wow. Yeah. Well, do you think that these invisibles are sort of outing themselves right now?
It seems like they're done with this kind of life, right? And they want to, but again, we talked about the reasons why I had to go back and look back at Plato's Republic, which was a text written through trauma, the trauma of a government killing Socrates, the mentor of Plato, like a teacher who was a wisdom teacher. He wasn't doing anybody any harm. So in that context, maybe the whistleblowers should maintain secrecy. I don't know. I think that it's not a great outlook, to tell you the truth. I mean, in the long run it is, but there's a spot that's bad, that's really bad, and most of the time is bad, right? So Christians are told, the world's not for you. This place is not for you. I mean, really, that's what Christianity suggests. And in a sense, that's what Plato's Republic suggests too. Because is everybody going to do the dialectic with each other and kind of no, nobody cares to do it. But so do you see what I'm saying? There are groups of people who do.
Yeah.
Does it have to be for everyone?
No. There's no sort of universal fate, and one needs to sort of save themselves, but do that in a sort of maybe communal way. As
I think you have to do it in a communal way.
You do think you have
I mean,
to do it in a
even
communal
Buddha
way.
said so, right? He said that there were 3 keys to Buddhism.
Mm.
One is that you can do it. The other one is the Dharma, which is the teaching. And the teaching could be anything, right? It doesn't have to be a scripture. It could be an event that teaches you. You could be having kids, by the way.
Mm.
You know, it's a really great way to like learn about life and yourself. So there's the Dharma, but of course there's the Sangha.
Mm.
And you can only do it in a group because you have each other to help each other.
That's fascinating. Well, I think that's the perfect note to end on. Diana, I really appreciate your time, and it's been a great day, kind of a marathon, and yeah, I'm excited to see what happens in both in UFO world, but also in the world at large, because we're in there's a Confucian proverb, you know, it's like better to live in interesting times than good times or something. And
that's right.
I guess
we definitely live in interesting times.
Yeah, we can rationalize our world by saying that or something.
Well, anyway, thanks for talking with me, Jesse. It's always fun to talk with you.
It was a blast.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm trying my best over here. This is going to go through lots of changes. But it's working. There's going to be a third one on here, but I don't know who to put on here. Maybe the colored sheep, because he's kind of lost. The colored sheep needs help. That's a fact. Let's go rescue him. Let's go rescue our friend. So if you're listening to that podcast, please tell me what you think. I want to hear your thoughts. I feel like things are about to get really interesting. And if I could offer any advice, I would say just please don't panic. Don't get ahead of yourself. You know, don't lose to fear. If you can help it. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just improvising. I do need one of these beautiful things. I love that I have a dispenser now. That's so sick. That is so sick. Boop. That's so sick. All right, we gotta rescue our little baby friend. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. He's probably stuck somewhere, so at least we got that working for us. There's the bee. I bet you it's the bee that fucks this whole thing up. Ever since I put him here, they don't keep going. Get out of here. Go on. Get. Wait, why does this not have power? What the hell? Yo, that's really odd. This... Huh. Shit. That's not gonna work. Maybe it is. Maybe it does. Where'd they go? Oh shit. Stop! You guys are going the wrong way. I like that it shoos him in back here. It's like a reset button. Man, I want to keep the bee, but pretty sure he's fucking shit up. Go on, bee. Be free. You fucking ass. Ruining my goddamn thing. The kid can stay back here because I'm pretty sure he's too fast. He's way too fast. I heard a sound. That sound means they're passing through. It was the bee the whole time. See, I get to hear guys passing by. Makes this place seem alive. This should be delayed. Should be out here more. How fun. Why are there no boats here? Someone is fired. Alright, so those guys are going. I need to get my sheep. They seem to be doing just fine now. Okay. Where the hell did I put it? Sheep, where'd you go? It's really dark here now. So this is a mangrove? I found this biome recently. And I didn't know the trees grew so big. This is kind of ridiculous. So we'll see what we're gonna do about that. Come on, Jeb, you fuck. Let's get out of here. This is gonna be a freaking nightmare. I'm gonna have to stop him. Alright, everybody be cool. Be cool. We got a new one with us. He's fam. He's fam. Get in, fam. Come on, fam. Come on, fam. There we go. And you're gonna mess everything up. Get out of here. Now we get to do this again. No! This is gonna suck. This is hard to do. Come on, go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Yeah, that kind of worked. Look, the guy's in the background. Oh my god, it's starting to look like a park. I could fit a fourth one. I know, that's what you're thinking. Dude, that is a fast carousel. Whoa, don't just run up on me like that. You want to get smoked? God. Wow, 2 new riders. Who would have thought? 2 new riders. What do we do about this, folks? Dude, this guy has good shit. I don't want to kill him. Pale hanging moss and tube coral block. Come on. And ice. But unfortunately for him, I need his other wares. His underwears. Thought I could do this. Oh shit. Oh yeah. I just stole your wares. And your rope. Dude, I wish I could put him in my show, but he disappears. So I used to have one in a cart, but he despawns, which is so unfortunate. Cause he's pretty sick, not gonna lie. Like if I could keep him in this water, that'd be sick. I want so badly to put him in this one. He's gonna despawn though. Which just makes me so sad. Stop. Please get in. Yeah. I like I could just row a boat on sand. Here we go. he could turn this way. Where's your face? There you go. Alright, that's good. God, I wish he would stay there forever. Hey. Hey, what are you looking at? So we got 2 new babies. Now I want to take the color sheep off. Put these babies on. They're slightly different in color. Holy shit. Alright, we gotta break the ride down. This ends now! Sheep, I need you to come with me. You're going back to where you started. What a sad turn of events. I couldn't do anything with you. You're worthless. Alright. I almost went like this for a boat. What the fuck? A cement boat. I need one of these guys. Alright, so our color scheme. I gotta put this brown one first. These are sick, bro. Oh my god, these are sick. I hope they stay. This will be the best ride in my park if I could pull this off. Come on, get in, get in, get in. No, 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 no. Right here. No, you fuck. I knew he was going to be a problem. I could just tell by looking at him. It's going to be a problem. Now you're fucking shit up. No. So we'll just do it like this. Okay. Now we need to put this one here. Come here, beautiful. Dude, what a coincidence. An act of Minecraft God to bless me with a pair of these when I need it the most. Get in, Hufflepuff. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Everyone is on. Now we got the joy of trying to make this shit work. Hold. Go, 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 go. Oh, we're so close. I don't want him training. I don't want him training like this. No train. That's not what we're doing here. Oh shit, he just went right over. Yeah, get back over there. Essay. Come on, this is society. This is a society. Please stop. This is gonna suck. Get out of here, please. It's not your turn. All right. Oh, God. I hate you so much. He's not even on the track. Get on the track, you fucking idiot. This is gonna suck. Hold. Don't hold. Hold. Stop! Stop. Stop, please. You guys aren't fucking funny. And then they just blast off the other way. The physics on this is so fucking crazy. It doesn't make any sense. Fuck you. That's it. This is my one chance. And I just fucked it up. Zoom. 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 And zoom. That's pretty close. Pretty close. I wonder if I could slow this one down. Oh, we're so close. I just need to slow this guy down a little bit. I'm never gonna get this to work. Not the way that I want. They just do whatever the fuck they want. We'll see about that. This is probably gonna kill him. I can't do it. It's gonna kill him. It's gonna kill him. Oh shit. What? Pretty close. That's pretty close. They're going so fast. All right. We need some lights up in this bee. Oh shit. I hope he stays. I know he won't, but alright. So I left a gap. Let's just start here. Fuck, I'm not gonna have enough. I don't even know if I like this design, but no, I hate it. I hate it a lot. Excuse me. You fuck. Hey, almost. It's pretty close. Okay, I need... I know there's a whole bunch of this somewhere. Yeah. A bat? I heard a bat. the fuck? Oh, so close. It fucking works. It's a carousel. Holy shit. It
Oh,
fucking
a
works.
non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy
Holy
who didn't
shit,
subscribe.
it fucking works. Oh, look,
You
this guy
monster.
hasn't fucking despawned yet. If he stays, I'm gonna be so happy. Oh, some of these aren't tamed all the way, so I gotta tame them so people can ride them. I think this guy's good. He's not one of the new ones. That one is. Love me. Love me, little friend. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, wait. Oh. He despawned, so they despawned. No. No, I should have killed him. Okay. Noted. I'm gonna destroy that guy. I think I have 2 of these at the other place, at the village. I could bring him back, I think. Damn. Let's finish this though. I was on a mission here. We need storage. If only temporary. Let's BRB. Shall we? Let's make sure these are tame. Pretty sure these were tamed a long time ago. It's so much easier to get this right with just two. Get ready. Go. This is amazing. This is incredible. I know what this boardwalk needs. Let's hear it for tonight's band, Harry and the Redstoners. I like this one. Deep cut. This isn't very boardwalk. This is better. Yeah! I guess I can move this bed. Although I actually kind of like it. Just right there for no reason. So, I need to go get vines and stop fucking daydreaming over here. Of course I left my clippers. Didn't I put them in here? Fuck, here we go. I noticed this wasn't complete when I looked at the map. I was like, oh shit, I never finished that brick. Looking at the map will do that to you. Wait a second. Wow. The top looks great. I can't wait to see it from the map. I came up here for a reason. Oh yeah, vines. Vines. I know I got some down here. Or I can clip these. I don't want to touch these. These are beautiful. I'm just going to leave these. Because I don't know if they'll grow back. I'll go get them somewhere else. Oh, you know what? How can I put one of those flowers in here? Where would I be able to put it? Dang, this thing's going off. The band's fucking kicking tonight. That'd be cool if I made flashing lights somehow. You know, I could probably get rid of these torches. I like that you can still see the original design of the underneath. All that iron just buried underneath there. So much iron. Well, I like it so far. I like it a lot so far. It fits. It doesn't really block anything. It kind of does, but it's okay. It's snug. Damn, I want to get on this roof. Oh, see, originally I was gonna put horses, like live horses, as the horses on the carousel. That's what I was originally gonna do. But this is so much better. It's more fun having it automated. And you could ride it. You can actually ride it. So the horses you'd be able to sit on, but I don't know if you'd be able to ride them. The brown axolotl. I saw him. Where was he? Oh, come here, you little sly guy. Chicken, you could stay right there. Oh, shit. They're all kind of stuck. I don't know how to fix this problem. Yeah, I'm missing an axolotl. So they get stuck. How do I block them? With the damn, Daniel. That looks like shit. Maybe I could turn this into like a little bridge. Put put a lily pad right here. Aren't there some in here? I thought I put lily pads in here. What the fuck? Go like this, maybe. This place needs light. Like right here. These are nice colors. Shit. It's better than torches, but man, I don't like it really. Maybe I could do something with this. Reminds me of those old chandeliers in the 70s. Great, I'm gonna need more of these. I don't even like this idea. What am I doing? Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. This though. That looks great. Alright, we need vines. Bad. Bad. Need vines. Need vines. Might as well try to get some of this iron. Oh shit! I'm stuck. Whatever I can see, I'll grab. That's good iron. Boom. Oh my god, I have no room. No! What? No, God. Dude, Anubis, I just saw Anubis's message. No, I almost fell off. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? I thought I had another one of those guys, but I guess I don't. Or maybe it died. You're coming with me. What? It didn't work? Did I do it wrong? It's probably like .jeb or something stupid. Alright, we're pushing out the 7-hour mark. I'm gonna try to finish up here. I needed glowberries, but I'm not gonna find them here. I thought I did have some. Turns out I do not. I do know where to find some. Fuck, I feel like I was supposed to bring back a sheep. Why is there a fucking zombie? I did it backwards. Oh, Jesus. Man, I know where glowberries are. It's just not anywhere close. I could have listened to another podcast by now. But perhaps I'll call it there. I got the first one in. So I was growing these, but unless they grow glowberries, that's the only way you can make more of them. And it looks like they don't grow too often. But I'm really happy that my park has park goers. It was weird not having them for this whole time, for the construction process. I like this guy a lot. I hope he stays here forever and ever and ever. We could just be friends. Live, laugh, Minecraft. So I made these trapdoors for a reason. Whoa! No, 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 no. Please don't. Please don't. There's a lot of traffic. Okay, trapdoors. I made these for a reason. Around the park, there's random blocks like this. Okay, they need to be covered. Like for instance, this one. Just like that. Mm-hmm. Put them in trees. What the fuck? I don't know, man. I just didn't want torches just fucking everywhere. That's really all it is. Looks like they're not getting caught here. So that's good. See, here's another one. Just like that. That one's already got it. See? Looks so much better. Yeah. So sick. No, stop it. Destroying the land. I had to put every single one of these down by hand. So basically you build a dirt mound around this, and then you place it, and then you destroy the dirt mound around. So I haven't streamed the progress on this side. I was doing this behind the scenes. But this area looks cleaned up. It's all cleaned up now. Kind of setting seeds for the future of this corner. Something I've always had planned for the sky right here. But yeah, I fixed the water that was all strewn about. Put in a heart here, which I'm gonna fix. Because I kind of don't like what I did with it. Ruined a good thing here. But this is how you fix it. It was a good idea. Maybe somewhere else I could do this, but not right here. Oh, there's one right in front of me. Like, what the fuck? What if I just left it like that? Let's see. I was trying to bring this guy a friend, but I ditched it. I ditched it somewhere. But yeah, I gotta make tons more of those orange gates. Because I just used all of them. Fuck. I have 4. Let's go see where we need it the most. Like this? What is this? Why is this here? Doesn't make any sense. But you know what does make sense? This. I need one on top. Fudge. I'm gonna borrow from this one down here, because no one's gonna know. I mean, it looks okay. That's better. This guy too. Anyways, I've been bringing fish back to decorate the little pools of water that are around here. I think I had one in here. No, I might have moved them. I had a puffer fish somewhere. But yeah, it's getting towards the end of the stream. I streamed a lot longer than I wanted to, but that's how we Minecraft. That's Minecraft for you. I don't know if I like that very much. Like, I'll cover these. I'm gonna need so much orange. I want to cover these. Pretty much every single one, because this texture's, it's really brash. It's kind of an eyesore. And I use it all over the place because I didn't want to use torches. They didn't have lanterns back when I started this. Jungle trapdoor would look really nice on some of these. Like that looks cool. I'll figure it out. I made a bunch of these. So I'll play with the design later. Next stream. Bunch of doors. Trapdoors. I didn't use any of this iron bar. Let's offload some stuff. I hate not having inventory space. I'm gonna take these. I had an idea. Have a friend. Yeah. What the fuck? No way. No way. This bridge has just changed. Right before my very eyes. Oh my. Oh no. What the fuck? Okay, well that's. Oh my god, no way. Well, that was short-lived. He was like, fuck this. What the hell? He was like, fuck this, I'm out. Raw COD. Raw Call of Duty. I need to put a chime on this end. So I know when they're coming. So I don't come out and get clipped. I need a little ding ding. About right here. I'll have to make one. This one needs one. All kinds of candidates. So that's one of the things we're gonna have to do. I like that I can flip this and then they'll go on a loop. Like I can make them go the long way or the short way. And if they error, they back up right here. Like this guy. But this guy's too powerful. I hope you never grow up. I love that I got bees in my own backyard. And they pretty much stay right there. I love it. The little bell makes everything seem alive. Alright, let's go slap this one up. Glowberries. I thought I had more. I don't have any. I know exactly where to get them though. So I was just gonna put them randomly. But there might be some method to this madness. What time are we at? 7:18. Do I go? So there's something I kind of want to do. See how I have this going with the lights? So if I can do that here with these lights, these redstone lamps, so that when they go by, it lights up, that would be super, super sick. I think I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it next time I stream. And I had this weird idea, but I don't know if it'll work. We'll see right now. What is the bass drum? I think it has to be on sand. Yeah, just sand. Bass drum. So I was thinking of turning the drums back here, like, to where you can actually play them. Make this a real bass drum. Oh, of course I don't have any sand. Here, I just need one. No, that's a snare. Wait, what the fuck? What was it? Nope. Nope. Oh, wait. I checked the wrong thing. It's gotta be, stone. Yeah, got plenty of that. Alright. Nope. God, why can't I do this? What is stopping this dream? Okay. Now, can I put this back on it? Okay. Oh my god, it works. Pretty sick. Now, if I could put this back on it, I'll be really happy. Nope. 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 I do like the working bass drum, for real. But the Redstoners, man. The item frame. Maybe I can put it like... maybe like that. Or on the DJ booth. That works for me, honestly. Turn this into a snare. Sick. Yeah, I really want to make this happen right here on the ground. Maybe I can put activator rails around the whole thing and just put these things right underneath and then put the track right on top of these. I don't know if that'll work, but we could try. We'll experiment. It might have to go around the outside, which is what I kind of wanted to do. But I'm going to have to make a lot of these guys. A lot of them. And we need an extra note here. There we go. There we go. I'll need more blocks. I'll do like a full circle so I can do a little melody. wood. Oh, I need another note block. I forget how to make them. Note block. I think it's like this. Nope. Like this. Nope. What is it? A diamond? Oh, redstone. Oh, I need more. I don't. Need more redstone. Fuck. Damn. Let's just make a quick trip. I know there's some straight down here. God damn. There we go. Shit. Got 10. How much do I need? 10 will do. If I see any on the way back, I'll grab it. I gotta head to the new biomes because need those glowberries. And there's tons of redstone over there, so I'll get it all. I'll do that behind the scenes. Because we got about less than 30 minutes left on this stream. I'm just trying to get as much as I can in before the end. Because for the most part, this thing is done. For the most part. I'm sure I'll add and fix things here and there, but the structure itself is done. The size is good. It's exactly what it fits the area. Now I gotta figure out where I'm gonna put my Ferris wheel. Every Minecraft world I've ever had a Ferris wheel in it, and this is like the only one that I haven't put one in. Which is weird considering this is supposed to be an amusement park. Look at that beautiful top design. I really went ham on that one. It's beautiful. That's ace right there. Ace. My janky palm tree. My 8-bit palm tree. That shit's sick. Don't even lie. This whole area is nice. It's come alive. It used to be just wide open. You can still see Peach as you walk down the path. So this doesn't necessarily block her. What's today's date? Ah! December 22nd. I'll just put it as December or Christmas or something. What was it, just wood? Yeah. We need more notes. Not enough notes. Sucks because you're touching. I don't know if this will work. Yeah, it works. There we go. Yeah. Harryland is looking to be quite a place. It's drumming up to be quite a place. Where else can you find a boardwalk piano that you just go and play to your heart's desire? You got a drummer here to keep you busy. Why don't you go and ride our new attraction? A working carousel. This shit is money, son. Any direction you look, money. This is growing in nice. See, it's filling out. It's a work in progress. I might do like an outline with really expensive block. I saw some that I might go and grab. Of course I don't have sand. Pretty sick. This whole area is really, really nice. As it should be. We spare no expense here at Harry World. You want live music? We got you. You want to play your own music? You can play along. That's fucking genius. I should turn this into a bass drum too. Or a bass, you know. One of these sounds. The dream is coming alive, folks. And you're witnessing it here, live, right here on YouTube. Be sure to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We'll catch you next time. Stay tuned for more Harry and Hi-Fry coming at you live, weeknights, weekends. We never stop. I would say check out The Real Hi-Fry on Twitch, but be warned. He doesn't quite do it like I do it. Hi-Fry does his own thing. I have my version of Hi-Fry, which I'm building a Hi-Fry. I'm going to do that next stream. I built one before. And I'm going to build one again. Maybe, where should I put him? Like, he's going to be somewhere around here. Like, really close. But he's big. He's fucking big. Like, I could put him right there. I could put them up just like in the air, like with the greeting, like a welcome message, just like up there somewhere. But he's maybe like right here. I could put him. I don't know. I'll have to scout. I'll scout a spot for the big high fry. He could even go here. There's nothing here. A giant high fry. It's the only thing missing from this park. I have built one before, and it's glorious. It's beyond perfect. It's one of my most proud builds. Yeah. Tomorrow I will make this guy rainbow. Because I still want to put one of them on here. I want 3, man. 3 is perfect. 4 is too many. 3 is perfect. Because it's like the spinning teacups, you know? I'm just glad that this place is looking alive. But I gotta date this. I gotta date this before I sign out. So this will be the last thing I do. Promise. I should use a cool color like pink. See, this is what I do with all my big projects. This was built in 2011, bros. That was a long time ago. That's how old this world is. I really love this. It's perfect. It's beautiful. It's original. It's got a very unique design. And I improv the whole thing. So sick. It's coming to life. I can't wait to bring the villagers over here, but I really have no idea how to do that. I'm fearing the worst in that it may be really hard to get those guys over here. Let's go to the top of the rainbow. So we could see this beautiful park alive. Look at people are enjoying the park. There's action. God damn, the top of that looks so fucking good. Sped, no expense. Oh, I see a problem there. That needs to be grass. Let's go do that real quick. We got less than 15. We got 14 minutes. We can do it. This. Oh, wait. Is this hard? I don't think I can break this. This is like function. I think that was to match up with this, but it doesn't make sense. Crazy. Hey, friends. Here comes some more friends. I'd like to build a theater somewhere around here. Duplicate my last theater build on my my public server, because it was a good design. Really good concept. I want to see what would happen if I bred 2 rainbow sheep. Find out next. Find out what happens next. Right here. God, this place. This place is a dream. Super sick. I need to date this. It's the last thing I do. I'll just use this wood. Wait. I probably have a bunch of signs just everywhere. I don't think I ever dated the Harry and the Redstoners thing. Maybe this will stick out more. What do I call it? For now, I'll just date it and put my name. Sorry about that. So sick. Please like and subscribe. Catch you guys tomorrow. Take care. Peace.